Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cushion clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome one, welcome all. We are here with week 1 of the Titan Divinity League. And I am joined here by Golden Gad. And Golden Gad, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Good to be casting with you, Toki. If you're good with that, Toki, right?
Yeah, call me whatever. We're all good here. We're all friends.
Yeah, we are going to be casting some Divinity League today. Of course, this is the first game for all of Titan Esports in this season. So please, hitch a ride with us. We're going to be taking you through Divinity, and there will be different people going throughout all the days throughout these next 7 weeks for regular season and then playoffs after that. So, get ready. You got a lot more Titan coming up, and this is just the start. So pretty excited to get right into this one.
Yeah, me as well. And speaking of being excited, today's first match is going to be Imperial Gaming versus TFF Astronauts. And I mean, it's early in the season, but do you have any kind of ideas which of these teams we should be watching out for? Any teams you favor here?
Any teams I favor here, I'm not. I'm gonna be pretty coy here. It's been a while since I've been casting anything Divinity related, so I'm kind of going in with no pulse check at all. I got no background or knowledge. I know you do, so you can spread that little bit of knowledge to the viewers yourself. But for me, if I'm just looking at the teams across the spread, I mean, when you are sitting in Divinity, it's a Emerald 4 capped league, if you do not know already. It's a lot more down to the ground. You're playing your game, and I kind of like to think of it as it's a ranked game with open info. You get to see what your opponents are playing, and you kind of get to draft around that. And in that way, it's a pretty cool format, but at the same time, you're not going to be expecting the most meta things to come out. So it's really, you got to see how these teams play and what they like to kind of air towards. And we're just going to get straight into draft now for game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be fun to see what kind of picks and bans we have, because it's been a while since I've casted a Platinum game as well. It's been a couple weeks, but as we know, there's been some pretty significant meta changes ever since then. The AP items got moved around quite a bit. Senna and Smolder have been put into the mix. Senna especially has kind of taken center stage in a lot of these different divisions. So going to be interesting to see what kind of picks are going to be coming through there, as first few bans already coming through. Cassiope and Darius banned by TFF and IG. Just banning the Amumu, which as we know is the mainstay, but Yorick, that's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, York actually has taken quite a few nerfs in the last couple patches, so pretty surprising to get it taken away. Of course, if you do play tanks, it's still very powerful. So seeing that taken away is a little bit interesting, but I could definitely see the angle. They're going to get Jinx taken off the table. It's actually the most played AD carry for both of these AD carries, so a pretty cool call out there. And then Nautilus, your very consistent engage support that you can always rely on. Some strong picks I'd expect for these teams. I'd imagine something like a Pantheon jungle, pretty simple, but also can be flexed around. I think could be pretty powerful, but we're just going to be slamming down that Akali immediately here for Blocky Panda, who I do know plays a lot of melee mids, so it makes a lot of sense to just take away that Akali immediately.
Yeah, but it's still a very, very confident pick to have first out. I mean, Akali definitely has a lot of counters, and it's a very unique, specific playstyle that you're going to have. Very surprised to see that taken away in B1. Now, over on the side of IG, now those are picks that we typically see early on in the draft. Doesn't really showcase anything. You got the Sejuani, you got that hard engage, you got the Lulu. Gonna protect the ADC. Which ADC is it? We don't know. We're gonna find out, but they're definitely giving themselves some options. Could maybe even see the Kog'Maw. I know that's a very common pairing with the Lulu, but we'll have to see what these players feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and we're seeing Varus get locked up here, so a little bit of long-range engage with a Jarvan on top of it, so a lot of close-range, quick pick comp stuff here for both these teams so far with the Sejuani as well. I also like the Sejuani just because it's a takeaway from this Akali pairing, since it is another melee mid there, and we're going to get a Diana lock-in, and since Sejuani's already locked in, that's most likely a Diana mid response. There's one player in Immortal League that actually specializes in Diana mid, so I have actually a little bit of experience with this pick. It is very tricky solo kill wise. You can find random angles you just aren't expecting since no one's really playing this champion that much, so seeing it is pretty interesting. So I'm curious whether that'll really pan out or not, since it is still very high skill and it requires a lot of resources throughout these team fights. But yeah, you called it out well, Kog'Maw getting banned.
And they're banning away a lot of those supports as well on the side of IG. Getting rid of the Blitzcrank and the Milio. So kind of want to prevent the extra burst damage that you get from the Blitzcrank. Obviously with that rocket grab, it's such a big threat during any moments. And even Diana with that ultimate may still be a good target for the rocket grab, so removing that solid, but it's actually going to
I should have called it out. I had a feeling it would be a Twitch. Twitch has been getting some presence, and with Lulu, that is a really strong combo. Maybe the only better combo is potentially like Rakan Twitch, since you can kind of jump onto that invisible target, but still a great pick there. And Twitch kind of changes the dynamic of how the map can be played, since he can shadow lanes so effectively with his stealth. So being able to just show up behind your top laner randomly is definitely something terrifying, and you're going to see the respect given by TFF. They're going to play something a little bit more safe here on the side of the Cassante, someone who's been notably pretty missing in the last couple months, but is starting to pick up a little bit of presence again now that the meta has kind of calmed down a bit. And there is a very powerful pick as a response. Shen got a lot of buffs in the last in a couple patches ago, and honestly it is a force to be reckoned with, especially when paired with some other globals. But we don't have any of that shenanigans in this game. It's just going to be a very reliable pick into that Cassante.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting to watch there, but my eyes are on the mid lane because, I mean, typically you have those melees and it's very difficult to play them, but we'll continue this because right now we're heading into game number 1, the best of 3. And this will be the first game of Titan this season. We're going into the Divinity League, and let's see who's able to come out on top, TFF or IG.
Yeah, this is going to start with a pretty standard 5-point start here. Nothing too crazy, no invades. You don't want to spice it up too much. I do believe this is Fearless, since League of Legends Global, for the most part, is just all Fearless nowadays. So, that's going to be pretty interesting. So a lot of these very powerful early game picks that have been locked in are not going to be present in the next couple games. So imagine more scaling picks to be locked in then. But for now, we're going to have to see how these scraps end up going, since there is going to be a lot of early game fighting because this is the Divinity League.
Yeah, exactly. These two teams, they're always going to love brawling it out. Really, everyone in this division just loves constantly fighting it out. It makes it a lot more fun to watch, at least in my humble opinion there. But one question I actually have for you. Lucky has taken Cleanse on the Varus. And I'm wondering if that's kind of for that mid to late game, because I don't really see too much to cleanse away in the lane.
Yeah, it's pretty much just going to be the Sejuani and the Shen for the most part. I don't believe you. Can you cleanse polymorph? I'm not actually sure, but I know especially with Lulu Twitch, you're generally giving the attack speed to the Twitch over polymorphing, in at least a double ranged matchup. So it is a little bit surprising. I would have definitely liked to see either heal or barrier, or even maybe a TP in a lane like this, just to be a little bit more aggressive. But the cleanse definitely could keep you alive, since there isn't that great protection. You're running Zyra, who will generally be playing pretty selfishly come mid to late game, so I could kind of see the angle, but I think if anything, Varus is going to lean towards going lethality this game over going for the full shred build.
Yeah, and it definitely seems that way because Lucky did go Arcane Comet, so I do expect this to just be a full poke lane, and especially with the Zyra, it will definitely open up the opportunity of just having the one-shot burst potential. Once they get a couple items, I think a serrated Dirk and then maybe level 6 on top of it, and they can definitely one-hit anyone on the side of the bot lane. It'll be made a bit harder with Lulu with a wild growth with a shield as well, but could still be done under the right circumstance.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing some scrapping in the mid lane. Already
Yeah,
a gank by
Shift.
Paradigm
Coming for a
Shift.
gank. Gonna run in with the Arctic Assault, but Blocky Panda just gonna flash away. And Azure Fire still going in. Takes a tower shot for that and keeps running in. Just needs one more hit. Paradigm Shift going in with a flash, but unfortunately, all of the cooldowns are still gonna be up and no kill gonna be going over, but a lot of summoners using the mid lane.
Yeah, Paradigm Shift not immediately flashing there, dropping the kill that was pretty much given away by Blocky Panda, but the E unfortunately running out there, so not able to get the instant stun into the kill. So Blocky Panda going to get a little bit lucky there. Also is going to have that TP to be able to get back into lane once it's cleared, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. And now Jarvan in the area did get spotted out, so Azurix Fire will be giving the respect that is deserved Indigo. Playing a little aggressively into Cassante. Shen generally wants to get at least one tanky item before you really try and go for a big duel, especially into Cassante, so it's going to be purely curious to see what's going on, as we do get a bit of a replay here. You see, Azurix Fire is trading pretty well, since he did dodge out on a lot of Akali Qs earlier on in the lane. Finds the nice flash away from the instant stun, and Azurix Fire goes back in. Paradigm Shift is not in range for E here, but wants to find it right here, but I think just is a tad bit too late to actually be able to find it, and it barely ticks away. Blocky Panda survives.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid attempt, and it's actually ends up benefiting Blocky Panda more. Blocky Panda did end up using the TP as Coach Silent K could be in a bad spot, will be forced to flash out. Zerix Fire gonna follow with it, but unfortunately, Coach Silent K is able to buy more than enough space. But Blocky Panda still walking up, has a permafrost over top, and will take half their HP for that trade. And again, the initial play favoring one team, but then the follow-up after just kind of really changing the way things go.
Yeah, I will, like, it's unfortunate Blocky Panda did have to take a lot of damage there, since Ozrix Fire does have that TP advantage to be able to kind of cheat out extra, so I would expect a big trade here from Ozr just to really force the Akali back and maybe get a CS lead, but they are just scrapping in the mid lane currently as we speak. Ozrix Fire barely going to survive, but just does have that TP to be able to survive out, but Paradigm Shift is dropping a lot of camps to be able to protect this, but since Jarvan has been doing a bit of the same and got chunked out earlier, it's pretty even nonetheless.
Yeah, but one big difference there is there hasn't been a reset yet for Paradigm Shift. So being even on CS, when you haven't taken that time investment to get your items, to get that HP bar, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The clear speed is going to be a lot slower. And because of the priority they got in the bot lane, because they did manage to get the reset, they're just going to get started on this dragon. And I don't think that IG are going to be able to contest, so this should just be a free objective going the way of TFF.
Yeah, I believe they spotted Sejuani on a ward on top side, so it really is just as free as possible. At the very least, TFF, also had a pretty big lead in the top side. It's going to get evened out by Shen just a little bit here, since he will be using that TP a little bit earlier than Cassante, so going to be able to equal that up just a little bit. But no one's really coming out to a big lead here, and there's just been a lot of small fights across the map, but TFF coming away on top for just this early game.
Yeah, but the gold is still quite even between these two teams. Any one of these teams could really take the advantage. All it takes is one fight, and they're looking for it onto Azure, but Flag and Drag not going to be able to get the knock-up, and that could have been a huge moment for them. They did have level 6 on Blocky Panda, and that perfect execution would definitely have been enough to be the difference maker there. Just getting that extra damage, being able to get on top of this Diana faster and earlier within that stun, but unfortunately does not pan out for them.
Yeah, I want Coach Silent K to just prioritize getting 6 as fast as possible. Diana's not generally a champ with any good movement abilities, so if you're able to get that Cataclysm early on, you're able to just regank and trap that Diana into that Cataclysm, and should be a pretty easy kill from there. But because there's just so much time that Coach Silent K has been looking towards mid, not been able to catch up on the EXP to the point of where Paradigm Shift is currently sitting, so we'll have to see how that tempo actually breaks down.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting because we did say that this game's going to be non-stop brawling, non-stop action, Divinity League, but we're yet to get our first blood. We're already 7.5 minutes in, but Coach Silent K was considering the dive, but it's going to be difficult. The ambush was up for I'm Destro, so Coach Silent K didn't actually see that the Twitch was in a really good spot for the jump. Makes it a little bit more difficult to get that successful gank off. But we are seeing quite a few CS leads starting to build up for TFF. 11 in the top lane, and then about 15 over in the mid lane. But now Indigo looking to play forward, but just going to be a little bit of poke damage. And the Shen starting to get really good at these duels, but now the Moonfall going to come out over top of the all-out from IQ of a Coconut, and trying to trade with the Zurex Fire, but the extra shield from the Shen's going to be there, but first blood for IQ of a Coconut, and they're not done. They're looking for Indigo as well. Getting 1, 2, just needs one more knock-up, but will be dodged by Indigo. But IQ of a Coconut still going in. But that will be the end of the trade. It's a 1-for-0 for IQ of a Coconut and a 2-on-1 play.
Yeah, it seems just a little bit desperate there from Ozr. Goes for the top lane play despite getting spotted out on that ward, and just gets punished for it hard. I think
now
he
they're
didn't
still
believe in
fighting
the wave.
again. Paradigm Shift gonna get stunned up. Indigo just trying to protect her with the shield. Flag and Drake's gonna be there with the Cataclysm as well. And IQ of a Coconut able to flash away, but Indigo will come in, will get the last hit, but will get traded. It's a 1-for-1, but the wave favoring TFF for that play.
Yeah, not too bad there. Nice roam there from Poodle to just start it up with that exhaust, just to make sure that there was no way Paradigm Shift could live. Able to flash away, of course, but still ends up going down here for IQ of a Coconut. Lulu helping out in mid just a little bit to catch the CS up, but look at that, 61 to 36. That's brutal, and that's what happens when a gank fails so poorly in that top side. So It's going to be a pretty big lead here for TFF, and they're able to secure that second early objective of the Grubs. They're going to take their 2 and get out, since that does give them the credit for the feat. So they're going to be happy with that one and not try and overforce now that Akali is getting pressured out just a little bit by the Lulu.
And Paradigm Shift still going to come in, kind of clean up the last one. And it's not going to give them any of those spawns. They're not going to get any of those Grublings, but it prevents TFF from getting it. And it will still help a little bit on their push. And actually, they could look topside as well, but Paradigm Shift going to be resetting instead. And we were talking about the CS advantages, and it's really starting to grow, both in the mid lane, both in the top side. IQ of a Coconut being able to get those kills, though now actually getting ganked. We see that over on the minimap as the Azure Fire and Blocky Panda just going to be trading a little bit, but Blocky Panda just really getting the advantage there. Perfect execution will be used, but it will kind of force a reset away as there's just fighting on all fronts. Wild Growth was used, Spray and Pray as well, but still nobody going down across the...
Yeah, the Shuriken Flip barely missing there for Akali, so not able to actually secure the extra damage to take down the Diana in that one. But will still burn some HP here and force the Diana in a kind of tricky position right before the drag is going to be able to come up. So she's going to need to look for a pretty big reset here at some point before this dragon spawns if they do want to contest it. Sejuani and Jarvan already on the spot side, but with Prio going towards the way of TFF, I just doubt that IG is going to be able to actually contest on this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be difficult, but they don't have the prio. They're on their reset. And I mean, you got to give credit to TFF. Immediately, they're on the spawn. They have mid prio. They have bot prio. Paradigm Shift is looking towards the mid lane, though. Arctic Assault is going to get used. And Moonfall as well, but Blocky Panda currently hiding in the Shroud. And Cataclysm is going to get used, but will be flashed away as the junglers both chasing onto those mid laners. And now just needs a little bit more damage, and Paradigm Shift gonna get the kill on the Blocky Panda, but now caught in between 3, trying to get away. As your X-Fire is in the area, and the Arctic Assault gonna be used defensively, but it doesn't matter. Lucky gonna get that kill and get the feats for TFF.
Yeah, now they're gonna be able to shift their attention over to that Drake with no jungler in tow for IG. It's gonna be pretty difficult for them to even try and contest, with Akali also having TP and a nice ward in that banana brush. I just doubt that there will be any contest here, but they're looking on Azur's Fire, thinking they overextended just a little bit.
Out as well, looking for the root, not able to find it yet, and they're just going to use everything on them. I mean, Stranglethorn's definitely going to make sure that kill comes through, and it's just another pick off for TFF, and they're also going to be able to get the dragon, and another wave just going to be missing for Azure Fire, so stuff is getting really difficult for IG. Just the whole situation of the map is really not looking great for them.
Yeah, top lane too, 95 to 70. That's not exactly where you want your Shen to be. Already indexing into the Tiamat, so going straight over on towards that Titanic Hydra. Maybe not the build choice I would have went with. I would have just probably went for something more like a Sunfire, but you know, it's still pretty difficult nonetheless. I'm not too sure how IG pulls themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, and I think one advantage they do have is Indigo on this Shen. Will have that stand united, and we even see Indigo's trading quite well into IQ of a Coconut, though. Looking at the items, considering the CS discrepancy, I do think IQ of a Coconut is sitting on a lot of gold, so should be able to get more items to trade evenly. But either way, right now, Indigo has the pressure, has the strength, and that could kind of build some area and potentially let them start making plays, because once the team fights come through, they have the Moonfall, they have the Glacial Prison, and then I'm Destro has so many people protecting. Could definitely start getting scary for TFF.
Yeah, I really do want to see this Twitch or this Diana kind of start picking up some kills, but it just hasn't been available to them. You know, the threat of Coach Silent K, who's, you know, pretty well sacrificed a lot of camps just to be able to protect these lanes, definitely has been a big dissuading factor here against IG. Gonna have to force out. I mean, these trades just look brutal, no?
Yeah, it's so difficult. And I mean, they have the item advantage on Blocky Panda, but at the same time, the item advantage doesn't amount to much if you miss your abilities, but Blocky Panda has not really been missing much. Shuriken Flip landed, and I mean, at this point, Azur's Fire needs to be a little bit careful, because Blocky Panda definitely has the ability to kind of one-shot the Diana here, and Azur's Fire playing with that respect, just playing back, sure that they can't get jumped upon. But still, Reyna gonna be the next target. We'll be able to flash away from Cataclysm, but again, that's a short cooldown ultimate for a flash. that it's going to be re-gankable. And again, it's just going to build more priority for this bot lane for TFF. Now Spray Pray actually going to get used. It looks like the fight's starting to begin. Stand United from Indigo as well. Chains of Corruption not going to land as well. Indigo looking for that flash taunt, but won't be able to find it. But that's all 5 members of IG going into the bot lane. They don't get anything for it. IQ of a Coconut going to be getting free plates up in the top side.
Yeah, you talk about long cooldowns. That was 3 flashes. So we saw the one in mid, of course. By the way, Ozric's Fire did just get solo killed, I imagine. I think that happened off camera. Either way, we also saw the Twitch get Stand United, then flash late.
Walking in a little bit. Permafrost going to be able to land the stun, and Paradigm Shift still trying to fight. Does have the heart steal, so the damage is there, but instead they're turning back on Rain, and Coach Silent K going to be able to get the kill, and now they're just going through on a Paradigm Shift. Glacial Prison's there, but at that point it's 1v4. Double kill for Coach Silent K, and just a massive lead growing and growing for TFF.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all here for IG. They're trying to claim up this turret, but maybe the Twitch will be able to get them off of it. No, it'll be that first turret secured on the bot side here, and everything's answering for TFF here. I want to see the replay here just so we could see all the resources. So this is how Ozric's Fire got taken out. As soon as that Shuriken flip comes through, you're just instantly dead, gets taken out. And this is after all those resources gets claimed up, but after that, Paradigm Shift just looking for a fight you should not be looking for. Twitch nowhere in the area post reset. And with Jarvan and Akali there, some of your strongest members on the side of TFF, it's just a questionable look on this fight nonetheless. And this kind of stuff is repeatable because Twitch, Shen, they both burned their flash in that last fight pretty much to no avail. So a lot of these players that, you know, should be pretty safe can be exploited. Indigo now looking for just a normal trade, but no one else in the area. Don't anticipate anything to happen since these are just 2 tanks in the top lane getting a little bit of noodle fight going.
Yeah, exactly. But we are seeing that even with that, Indigo is getting the win in those trades. Super strong. Blocky Panda gets a Shuriken flip, but wisely decides not to continue on it. I believe they could get the kill. I just don't think they'd be able to walk away afterwards. But
I don't know. At this point, I think maybe with R2, perfect execution, I think there's a chance. But not, you know, gonna play it safe. I respect it. You know, you don't want to be, you know, going a little bit too ham too early on and give away the game at all. Luckily for them, you know, no big, kind of on your most exploitable members, no really big bounties that you could be giving up. Only the Jarvan sitting at a 350 gold bounty over his opponent. So, you know, a pretty, I think it's a pretty dominant game so far for TFF. And you're just going to need to see the Wombo combo out of this Diana, and then maybe you get a Shen taunt on top of it with that Stand United coming in, and then a nice spray and pray is pretty much the best you can look for.
Burned already, and Reyna will still go down. The Wild Growth just bringing so much damage. Now Cataclysm over into the backline, and they're able to find 2 immediately. Paradigm Shift, the only survivor for now, but they're still chasing down, and with the perfect execution, it's a double kill to Blocky Panda. It's a 4-0, and you said it looked bad before, but this is the 3rd Drake and the tower mid lane. What can IG do?
They can technically FF, I think, but they shouldn't because they definitely can still win a fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, the possibility is there. Like you said, they have the Wombo combo, and if they're able to land that, it will make things a lot easier for them. If they could just get 1 or 2 pickoffs early on. But the issue is, I don't know if they can do that at this point. The amount of range and the amount of damage that TFF have, it's just so difficult for them to find a target that they can really reliably take. Poodle might be the only one they can.
Yeah, and like when I think about it, like even Diana ult isn't really that safe right now. I think she might just get bursted in the time before the Starfall actually ends up, or Moonfall actually ends up popping. You know, that is a bit of a timer there, and with stuff like Akali and Lethality Varus, you could just get instantly popped. Behind,
flag and drag, and now Coach Lion Cage is going to be autoing onto I'm Destro, but not going to be knocked up, so we'll be able to just back away.
Yeah, a lot of action here. It's hard to get a full thought in, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, they have the power to just be able to do that whenever they want, so it's more that IG is going to have a fit response in half the scenarios, and maybe they can squeak away with a couple there, but they're going to have to give up this Rift Herald on the top side, and they're going to look for a play onto Blocky Panda.
Yeah, and they're looking for that pick. They had the Glacial Prison already, but again, the Twilight Shroud going to be so good, and with the perfect execution, buying so much space, and still running out. Actually, gonna go back in, get a little bit of poke damage on the Paradigm Shift. And Blocky Panda, despite being in a situation that could definitely get pretty hairy, is still confident enough to try and deal some damage on the way out.
I'm so surprised the Stand United didn't come down just to be able to secure that kill and deny the Magi stacks. That's a Magi is committed to by Blocky Panda. If you just instantly Stand United as soon as Sejuani has the ultimate there for the Glacial Prison, I think you can maybe take away that kill. But, you know, just trying to secure the waves on the top side and protect that turret was the priority. But I think it's just not drastic enough of a play. But somehow, some way, Akali just got taken down. I think Shuriken flipped into Paradigm Shift in spawn. I think that must be what just happened.
Well, there go the Magi stacks, but that definitely seems to be the case. I mean, we can see it on the minimap, the little block, but IQ of a Coconut and Paradigm Shift, they're all fighting right now on the map. But it doesn't seem like anyone's going to go down, but I'm pretty sure you're correct because we can see that little death piece on the minimap in the fountain, and that's got to be the only way they can get in there, and I'm sure we're going to get a replay of just that.
Blocky Panda, see? Oh no, it's just the Sejuani at low HP, guys. No issues here. Presses E, buffers it. It barely gets off, and it's the instant teleport. There's no way to flash out of that. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, but we are having a team fight. In the meanwhile, Reyna already had the wild growth, but will still get zoned away. IQ of a Coconut may have gone a little bit too deep, but it is a K'Sante will be taken down. But so far, it's a 3-for-1. They're still fighting Lucky. Just trying to DPS over top, but Indigo's there. Will be able to just continue kiting it out, and it is a 5-for-2 in favor of TFF. They're just going to win the team fight, and they're going to get a tier 2 on top of it all.
You know, it was just a genius play there by Blocky Panda. The quick reset into the TP, into the top lane fight. A little bit of mind games gives them a little bit of overconfidence, and just like that, they're going to seal out this top lane turret. And they also did end up getting the Rift Herald before, but they're not going to be able to commit it. Or maybe they did. I think they committed it maybe somewhere on the map.
Yeah,
maybe to take out the first turret, I imagine, on the top side while we were in replay. So at the very least, able to extend that pressure just a little bit. Otacon is spawned on this top side, so breaking out these turrets to make it even more difficult for IG to actually play out on that fight is a great sign.
Yeah, I mean, they're 10k gold up. It's going to be Dragon Soul spawning in a minute and a half, so IG, they need to fight whether they're ready or not. And looking at the items, they are not ready yet. I'm Destro only really having that Yun tile completed. Azure X Fire only the Lich Bane. And none of them are on 2 items yet. So this team fight needs to be absolutely perfect for them. And I think even with that, it might still not be enough just because of the gold lead.
Yeah, they need to somehow bait out the resources of the Jarvan and the Akali before the fight really begins. The only way I can really imagine that is like a Sejuani gets engaged on. You use the Stand United shield to tank up some of that early on damage, and then you re-engage afterwards. Potentially there's an angle there, but that is, you know, we're counting straws at that point. We're finding the needle in the haystack. There is very few options left for IG just because of how this game is going. And with Dragon coming up, it could really seal the deal, especially since it's the Hextech Drake. You do not want to see Hextech Soul if you're versing Lethality Varus. That may be the worst case scenario.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there is one other strategy they could try. It is a bit risky, but it's doable. You just stand near Blocky Panda and you recall. And if you get the timing just right, you could get some more shutdowns on some of your members. But it looks like their engage is going to be coming through instead. They have the Wild Growth trying to keep Blocky Panda away. Overgrowth over top. And Paradigm Shift is getting engaged upon, but they don't have the damage to take down Coach Silent K. And with the Cataclysm, they're going to get on it too. Reyna's stuck inside, but unfortunately, no DPSs for TFF are in the area, but it's still going to be the Smite removed from IG. It's a pick, and it should be the Dragon Soul going for TFF.
Yeah, they find the fight that works out. I think they maybe could have extended that fight more, but they are going to just play more reserved, claim up their free prize here on the Drake, and then maybe look to translate into a Baron in a couple minutes, and also shoving out all these waves. Makes a lot of sense to me. We're seeing some pings towards that Otacon, definitely the next focus, since it is in the same area as that Baron, so I anticipate some action in that side as well. I mean, this game it went from a kind of close start where, you know, both teams are kind of playing to their strengths, and then suddenly with a couple kills, suddenly the floodgates open, and now we're sitting at 17-5 at 23 minutes. That's a kill a minute.
Yep, that's just the way it goes in the Divinity League. It's what we know. It's what we love. Now, Blocky Panda not going to check the right bush, so Indigo just going to be able to walk it out, but could have been in a very dangerous position. But like you said, the Otacon is available, and it looks like that's where TFF want to play right now. They're already bringing a lot of their members up towards that top side end. fact, it's just going to be Poodle and IQ of a Coconut starting it up. Coach Silent K even feeling confident enough to take the blue buff before joining with the smite.
Yeah, they just don't anticipate a single contest here, especially since Diana's on the bot side. I mean, you could TP up here, but you know, it's a pretty slow Otacon, so they're actually going to have a bunch of the resistances shredded if they do actually go for it. This may be their best chance, but without the intel on this actually happening and without the vision ahead of time, there's just no way for there to be a contest, and Indigo's going to get caught out immediately.
Yeah, Indigo's still going to be caught out a little bit. IQ of a Coconut hasn't full engaged yet, and it does look like the call is to just back away because they recognize they did lose those resistances. There's nothing for them to fight for. And very mature call from TFF. I think they probably could have won that fight, but at the same time, there's no reason to take it.
Yeah, with no Akali, you don't have the guaranteed burst on the Twitch if he does end up showing up on time. So I think it was a pretty wise decision there. So good, you called it out. It is Divinity. You expect them to be scrappy, but TFF is doing a great job here being controlling now that they have a good lead.
Actually going into IQ of a Coconut, going to be a decent amount of trading, and this Shen is really powerful, but it is a 2-on-1 all out going to come through, and Indigo just trying to tank as much as possible, but the damage just isn't there. Flag and drag not going to land, but the last auto will. IQ of a Coconut going to get that pick, but now Paradigm Shift looking forward, use the Arctic Assault, but not going to use the Glacial Prison yet. It is still available. Gonna toss it down now onto IQ of a Coconut, and they have the damage, but the Cataclysm into the backline. I'm Destro gonna be the first to go down. Paradigm Shift just diving underneath the tower, and in the meanwhile, Coach Silent K and Blocky Panda, they're able to get the backline. IQ of a Coconut will get traded off screen, but Azurex Fire, last survivor there. Blocky Panda gonna be able to get the Shuriken flip, and it's an ace for TFF.
Yeah, they're just gonna claim up this Baron here. They could maybe even just push out mid and end. If they really wanted to, they're going to go for, once again, the more reserved call of just taking this Baron immediately, getting it off the map. No 50-50s here, so just a dominant set of plays there from TFF, and I like their snap decision there to just instantly TP as soon as Sejuani commits that Arctic Assault.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely been working out for them. But on the other side, I do like that IG's at least trying to get something done. It'd be pretty easy to just kind of roll over, take the loss, but they're still trying to get some plays. Indigo even able to get a decent amount of pressure on the top lane, holding 2 for a while, and they almost had the play on IQ of a Coconut, but I think in most cases this would be winning for IG, but they're just so far behind. They just don't have the damage to burst down the...
Yeah, it takes pretty much the entirety of the fight there. Destro has to commit all the resources and his own life just to secure the last couple autos, and even then it's extremely close where IQ of a Coconut barely actually gets taken down. And you know, with how strong Blocky Panda is, this is the exact game Akali loves, since there isn't that much good zoning against this assassin pick.
Yeah, there's a few tanks, but Indigo not really going to be with the team more often than not. Blocky Panda looking towards Paradigm Shift, and look how much those autos hurt. Shuriken flip as well. Paradigm Shift just going to immediately get taken down to half HP, and this is a mage that's supposed to go onto squishies. And if we take a look, actually, we were talking about losing those stacks, but the Medjai's is full. All 25 stacks on Blocky Panda, and this is a terrifying Akali.
Yeah, just going to be able to shred. That's pretty much as much gold value as you could possibly have in an item. So just seeing that go to full effect is definitely terrifying. If you are especially Destro on the Twitch, that'll be one RQ auto and you're definitely toast.
Yeah, and even with the Stand United, the shield from Lulu, the Wild Growth, none of it really matters. But now the engage coming through, Moonfall only going to land on one. Wild Growth just going to be zoning them away, but they do have the stun. They do have the Arctic Assault on the Blocky Panda, but the Zanyas is going to be there. Indigo going to get taken down, and with that Shuriken flip, Blocky Panda just dealing so much damage. Triple kill for the Akali. They get the ace, and they should be able to just walk it in, as TFF should be able to win game number 1 right here, right now.
Yeah, TFF's going to make it a pretty quick one here. 28 minutes just after the Baron. About what I'd say is just a pretty dominant game all around. 17k gold lead is what they're going to be sitting at the very end of this one. And IG's got a lot of questions to answer in this next one.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a very tough game for them, but TFF Misfits, they're going to get game number 1, and it was a dominant game for them as well. But going to be a little bit of a difficult choice for you, but for this first game, do you have any MVPs, any player that like really stood out for you? on the side of
As-
TFF Misfits?
I mean, there's no one that really stood out. I mean, Blocky Panda, obviously, you're getting all the accolades just because you got all the kills. Of course, you're playing a Kali in a game where they don't really have a good answer for it, since the Shen didn't really get extremely far ahead. And I mean, it's just probably got to go to him, but it's not like this was a solo effort. This was definitely a lot of support from your Jarvan, especially to keep those lanes in check and make sure that, especially your bot lane, which is a little bit more susceptible to ganks with the Zyra Varus, alive for the most part. So it's definitely one of those two members and that mid jungle, but that's kind of where the differences mostly lied. I felt I don't think I saw much value out of this Diana throughout the entire game. So we're going to need to reevaluate that strategy, since that was the counter pick in mid lane and it didn't really work out in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it was definitely a very tough mid lane matchup, but they did almost get that early kill on the Blocky Panda, narrowly escaping. I believe it was at around 3 minutes that game. And from that gank, that's where Blocky Panda started getting that lead, had the TP advantage, had the health advantage. Zurich's Fire used all their mana in that engage, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to get the kill, and from then on, it went from worse.
Yeah. Very, very quick, very dominant game. I mean, I can't really understate it too much. I think there were some opportunities that IG had, but they were very early on in the game. And after that, TFF, they put their heels in the ground and they were able to actually just secure that one nice and clean.
Well, we'll see if Imperial Gaming are going to be able to bring it back as we head to a short break. But when we come back, it'll be game number 2. So don't go anywhere. Hello, hello, and welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Imperial Gaming, TFF Misfits, and I'm still joined here by Golden Gaddon. How are you feeling for the second game?
I'm ready. Hey, if it's anything like the first, I'm pretty interested to see how this will go. I mean, IG's got a lot of adaptation that I'm going to need to see. This is Fearless, so there's going to be a whole new set of 10 champions across the board. So we're not going to be seeing a Kali again. So I imagine stuff like Yone maybe gets banned away here from Blocky Panda just to kind of shrink that melee mid pool. There is no Sejuani though, so the pairing of the jungler may not be as strong, but there's still a lot of picks that you could pair up well with, like such as Devi and stuff like that. So I could see the bans really shifting a lot, and maybe we'll see the Jinx get left open. I know both these 80s carries do like Jinx, and with double enchanters and enchanter players in that bot side, it makes a lot of sense to kind of prioritize Jinx. But I'm pretty curious to see how it goes, since IG, I feel like it was more of a gameplay issue than a comp issue. So you got your 10-minute break. Let's see the adaptation.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as someone who does know IG, I've casted a few of their games over in Blue Otter Plat as well. And this is a team that's gone through a lot of in the last couple weeks. Uh, Out of the players that have stuck around, which is Paradigm Shift and Azure X Fire, I believe Reyna was originally their substitute player. They've also just changed a lot of their roles. And I think, especially in the early weeks, it's going to take them a little bit of time to adjust. So right now, what we're seeing is probably just that early days of the league. They're still getting into their usual setup. They're still building those new synergies, because with new roles, it's going to be very different. But either way, we are here. We are starting draft number 2, and so far the same bans coming out from both these two teams.
Yeah, same band, same side. So IG not electing to change anything. They want that last pick, counter pick on the side of the red side. You also get to lock in a nice 1-2 combo after you do, you give up the first pick, but that's not as important in this meta. I think that red side is generically just stronger a little bit, because there's a lot of good strong combos throughout your champ pool here. So I'm pretty curious to see what the priority is going to fall towards. I called out Pantheon on the last one. Wasn't something we actually ended up seeing. With Amumu getting banned, it does kind of shrink that tank pool just a little bit more. So I could see maybe something like even like a Skarner potentially getting locked in pretty early on. I know it's not exactly the most favored, but if tank engaged junglers is what you need, then Skarner probably is your guy here. So instead, it's going to be Yone. I talked about it before the draft, and they just left it up. So just going to get immediately grabbed up here by Blocky Panda. And now Azur's Fire, you have another chance to counterpick. What's it going to be?
Yeah, but it's still really interesting to see this drafting strategy coming out from TFF. As we'll get to the Nunu in a second, but let me just finish this thought. Very few teams blind pick their mid lane, especially on B1, and it seems to just be the strategy for TFF, and it just shows the confidence from Blocky Panda being like, yeah, I want this champion, just pick it, I'm gonna carry. And they did in game number 1, but Nunu, tell me about this pick.
Yeah, Nunu is kind of similar to Twitch, where you just anticipate this guy is behind your lanes. Like, always. You have to, because otherwise, if you disrespect a Nunu, he's the kind of person that will get you to 2 or 3 kills a minute in a game, because he could just go between the river towards mid or bot or even top if you'd like. But generally, he's hovering behind your mid and top, and you're hoping, hey, you can kind of outpace him a little bit in this jungle. And it's going to be the Maokai, so a different one of those junglers. You could actually put it with the Senna. It's probably not a bad pairing, but they are going to leave that option open to actually go towards that bot side. But Senna, you talked about, did receive some buffs, so is a nice scaling pick, and is pretty hard to answer in this meta. So we're going to see Ashe Karma, which is a very strong lane. You could have seen something maybe like an Ezreal instead, but just going to go elect for a little bit more of a consistent engage, so the Nunu has good setup. Which is actually a pretty good thing, since Nunu doesn't want to be the solo engage. He wants to be kind of supplemental a little bit here, as we're seeing a lot of carry picks getting banned away here. Stuff like Aurelia and Garen. Mel as well, who is kind of surprising as a ban here, since Yone is already locked in. But of course, you can put it in that support position to kind of match out that ranged bot lane pairing. And Veigar getting banned is an even crazier call out there, saying, I don't want to deal with that if I'm playing Yone. So just getting banned away. And it's going to be Karma mid, it looks like, since that Seraphine does get locked in. And we're going to see Ashe Seraphine. Very solid combo, since you can apply the slow, which then translates immediately into that route for that E for Seraphine.
Yeah, but now we're also going to see the Braum getting locked in. So that's definitely going to be the Maokai in the jungle. We expected it, but I have seen a couple of support Maokais coming in here and there. But very interesting team comp from IG. And to be completely honest, I feel they're very squishy here. I think that if anyone's able to get into the back line, and they have so many good tools for it. They have the Fate Sealed from Yone. They have just overall Maokai in general can get onto the back line so easily. And Zeri as well. Zeri and Ashe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is a very squishy composition. Now, on one hand, that is good because you're going to get less value out of the Gwen, technically, because she's really good at being a tank killer, but I don't think she discriminates. I think she's going to tear through a squishy just as easily. I mean, I think it's a very difficult composition to play out for IG.
Very difficult. A lot of things are going to be riding on how Paradigm Shift plays out this game, I think. Zeri is a good answer. I think TFF put out a very good question. If we lock in Gwen, do you have a tank you're going to feel comfortable playing into it? And the answer is no. Indigo does not want to deal with that. They're going to lock in the Zeri, and that's going to put you in the scenario where you're running double 80 carry, double enchanter / mage, and you're going to have to kind of navigate that. But actually, hey, complete swap up here. Zeri in the mid lane instead into the Yone. So we're going back to 2021 meta, I believe. When these two champions were going crazy. And, you know, Zeri, it was a good answer to Yone back then, but it's definitely changed a little bit where I would have rather just probably seen a Tristana in this scenario. I know she's fallen out of favor just a little bit, but she does perfectly fine, and she has great peel for things like Gwen and Yone. But that's the kind of game we've set up here, and TFF goes into game 2 with their advantage. Can IG seal the deal with this kind of unorthodox comp?
Yeah, and it could also be just a strategy of, you know, you're going to have something different as your X-Fire immediately going to get jumped upon, getting those stacks, and will get the stun up, and shouldn't have anywhere to go. Blocky Panda gonna get the first blood as we just get started in the game, and that's definitely not how you want to begin.
Yeah, I want to see if Yone actually buys Boots here. I think Boots is just significantly better into a ranged matchup like this, and that could really change the dynamic of the lane, I think, which it could just make it straight up Yone favored since Zeri is a little bit weaker in the early game compared to the days when she was previously in mid. So I think this is gonna look pretty difficult here. I mean, even if it's just gonna be that dagger for the attack speed, that's still pretty rough since that translates directly to a ton of power here for Yone because of the Q cooldown. So I think no matter what the Yone ends up picking up, this is still going to be very difficult for Ozrix Fire now.
Yeah, it's 100% going to be difficult. And Zeri is one of those champions. It can bully early on, but if the boots are there, the advantage is already there for Blocky Panda. Doesn't have the flash to play aggressively, and it's a lot more important to play aggressively on the Zeri early on because you do get outscaled. And I think it's just going to be an issue over in the mid lane, and then at the same time, actually early gank coming in, looking towards Lucky, and with the flash route, they're able to find it. Lucky, one more auto. Reyna gonna be able to get the kill in the bot lane, and you said you wanted Paradigm Shift to have some kind of unorthodox plays. Well, there you go, blue into bot lane gank.
Yeah, that's a classic. You see that from Jarvans and Nunus especially, so not respecting it as much, and Lucky burning the flash, it seems, earlier on just to secure that kill onto the Zeri, and they'd make a great job there of punishing it. And I think, unironically, you kind of want the gold to go onto Seraphine. I know it's kind of a weird position, but with 280 carries, Ashe is going to have to play a more backseat role, so I'd really, think that Seraphine is actually maybe the better target to get all this gold on. So I think we're in a pretty interesting game state here. Lucky going to get chunked out a little bit here. Got to be a bit careful because you don't want to get too chunked out so that you lose prio for the next couple minutes since you already went for one reset here. So definitely going to be pretty interesting. Across the map, though, pretty standard from top and mid. Karma should be able to just survive out this lane and stack up that tier pretty much to full completion without too much of a worry since Gwen doesn't really have kill pressure until level 6. But at the same time, Gwen shouldn't really feel too pressured either, so it's just going to be a nice farming lane on that top side.
Yeah, but it could be a gank coming in right now from Coach Silent K. Indigo and IQ of a Coconut trading back and forth, but the flash is going to get followed by that root collar, so big kill for Coach Silent K. And as soon as you start talking about them both being safe, that's when the kills come through. The caster curse is always ready, no matter how small.
You know, it's just too many variables, you know? Like I can't be talking about anything in these games. That's what I'm saying. Like it'll be a caster curse no matter what. I might as well just speak.
Yeah,
Um
100%. But what's something interesting that I've noticed is Blocky Panda did go the dagger instead of the boots. And I'm wondering if it's because they actually have slightly magical footwear. Because if they have that rune, they cannot get the boots
oh.
and kind of lowers the possible advantage from that first blood, unfortunately. But you're still happy to get it.
Yeah, cuz you do at least shorten the timer a little bit. But well, you know, we'll have to see. Of course, some people just have different opinions. Oh, if I could get on his head, obviously dagger's a little bit better. But getting to that position is just much more difficult. Um, you're seeing how difficult this double range matchup is. Of course, Braum is not the worst into double range, but it's still not going to be very easy for quite a while. Blocky Panda now looking
Yeah,
for the
sure,
solo.
Expire. Just gonna get that solo kill, and that was with Paradigm Shift being right next to the play, but the biggest snowball ever takes a long time to build up. It's not something you can really answer with. So unfortunately, Blocky Panda just gonna get the second kill of the game for himself anyway, and just really take over that lane.
Yeah, this is looking rough. A little bit of a repeat of game one, but much earlier on in this one. And Yone, I think
Oh,
should be.
big snowball ever. They're on to Poodle, and they have the root as well. And I'm desperate just trying to DPS, but the exhaust is going to come through and really lower the damage that they're able to output. But Poodle's still going to take a decent amount of damage, and that exhaust is still a summoner burned. Though Reyna did have to burn the heal for that play as well.
Yeah, it's looking pretty back and forth. As I said, Nunu, kind of the cornerstone of the comp. Obviously, eventually you will have at least be able to match the Senna scaling with Seraphine. I always talk about Seraphine is one of the hardest scaling champions in the game. So seeing gold on her, I think, is just very valuable, but it's still going to be a little bit more difficult just because, you know, okay, I always talk about easy to execute compositions. Even in when I was casting Immortal, which is, you know, Masters 100 cap, you generally the easier to execute comp is going to be the one that takes the dub, and IG's is just not easy to execute. You don't have easy snap engage besides maybe a flash encore from Reyna, and that is a very different role for the Seraphine to have compared to most traditional games. So it's just a very difficult position. And then on top of that, I think the grasp grasping roots from Maokai, the ultimate, is actually a pretty bad thing for the composition since you don't really have a good target to be able to block it. I don't even think Nunu really wants to be blocking that either, so it's just going to be pretty awkward for them to find these fights later on.
Yeah, for sure. And it doesn't get better. I think that's the biggest issue because there's some compositions that are very difficult to pull off in the early game, but in the late game, they're just so powerful, it doesn't matter. That is not the case here. And in fact, it even argued the opposite. While you did say that Seraphine is one of the hardest scalers in the game, and I do agree with you on that, but when there's a Senna, when there's a Gwen, the other team has a lot of really strong scaling options as well. But we do have a gank happening in the bot lane. And biggest snowball ever is just going to get blocked by Poodle. They do get the root afterwards, but again, the plays just are not coming through. But now Coach Silent K gonna be able to come in, able to knock Reyna backwards, and they're just gonna give that kill over to Lucky. But so many shields. In fact, the Fade Seal is gonna be coming through, and they almost have enough damage. Blocky Panda forced to flash away. I'm Daystro going to be the next target, but Azure Fire gonna jump in, trying to get the autos off, and they're able to get Coach Silent K. But how much more can they get? Lucky getting slowed down. I'm Destro gliding on that Ash, but the damage is not there. So it is just going to be that 1-0, but IG at least get themselves a kill.
Yeah, very scrappy. Able to at least get 1-for-1 here as we get a little bit of a DC, but we have another snowball coming in. They are able to spot it out, so it shouldn't be a nice play here on the bot side, but still, at least a decent fight here for IG as they are going to pause just to give them some time. But, you know, IG fighting back a little bit, so they have a bit of a window here in this game where they can maybe take it back, but, you know, the Yone sitting at 2-0-0. This is a very scary position, and as soon as that first item gets completed, Zeri has to always be checking whether or not the Fate Sealed is actually up, and, you know, if you're in a position to actually be able to dodge it or not, because that could really just take you out in pretty surprising positions.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive threat, and it does have the Berserker Greaves now in Blocky, so did just kind of favor that extra damage with the dagger instead of the boots. And I mean, who are we to argue? 2-0-0 right now, still farming decently well into Azure X Fire, despite it being the melee matchup, which, especially in the early game, will always favor the. But I'm
Yeah.
just looking over at the other CS differences, IQ of a Coconut also taking a pretty solid lead there. And Indigo, again, you want to win when you have that range, but it's just not happening right now. Imperial.
Yeah, Karma is like traditionally the most annoying top laner in the game. So like you'd expect her to be taking out these CS leads, but it's just less consistent since she I mean, she blatantly has pretty bad auto attacks to secure CS, so it's pretty easy to drop some and with Gwen having a lot of execute potential on these minions, it's just pretty easy to farm it out, but also taking that early on death definitely had a bit of a factor in this one. So it's just not looking the greatest here for IG, considering they have a much more fragile comp. Not in the way of tankiness, which they do also lack that, but more in the way that this comp needs to be very powerful because your defensive capabilities are directly tied to how good you are offensively.
Yeah, and once they get the gold, they can start really getting a lot of shields for themselves, and maybe that's kind of their idea. As we are going to get restarted here, Coach Silent K gonna be able to reconnect, and we probably will have a little bug there. Oh, there it is, and that's just the classic Riot spectator bug, just giving us a little bit of moment to appreciate the beautiful scenery that is the new Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, we've traveled to Spirit Blossom. I mean, technically that means we're in Ionia, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. I actually did not watch the cinematic for this season, so I actually have no idea. Since I just assumed it's tied to the skin line more than anything, but it does look pretty. I can't deny, especially the fountain on red side.
Yeah, I really like the look of this map as well, and never mind, because Paradigm Shift currently ganking over into the mid lane, but just gonna secure the minions over in the mid lane. I think that's how I'm gonna put that. But
Try back.
Blocky Panda actually jumping over the wall. This could be pretty bad, and I will get rooted up. The entire team is here. So just a shutdown going over to Reyna as the grub spawn. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just flying down mid lane, just getting them that extra vision. But that's actually a pretty big play for IG. That's a really big opportunity for them.
Yeah, just getting super overconfident there for Blocky Panda, not expecting anybody to be here on the top side, but IG, respecting that the grubs are important in this one and already rotating around their laners just to be able to secure it. So, going to be able to take that advantage very handily here. Already starting off to a little bit better of a start compared to last game.
Yeah, for sure, but I'm Destro. Gonna be in a bad spot here. Gonna be able to dodge away from those concussive blows, and that could have actually been a kill opportunity for TFF, but nice sidestep from the Ashe. But like you were saying, they're in a much better spot than they were earlier on. They're gonna start with that dragon trade, and potentially IG could invade, but they're in a position where they can truly fight for once. They don't have the ultimate, they don't have the encore yet, they don't have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but biggest snowball ever, they're still gonna run in with it. They have the last embrace coming through, and now they are going to try getting some space with that Nature's Grasp, and it will get stolen. They are going to get the dragon, and now Lightning Crash over to the backline. They've already gotten one. They're going to get two. It's a double kill for Azure. And just like that, they have taken the lead. They got the dragon. They got the 5 kills. IG really bringing us into a game number 2 here.
Yeah, looking good here for the initial play.
Oh,
here.
you're not allowed to
Blocky
talk.
Panda
Indigo gonna be coming in for this gank as Blocky Panda and Azure X5. They're gonna be trading, but Indigo looking for that root, will be able to land it, but the damage just is not there. Azure X5 does not have that dash, not gonna be able to bring it in, but good look coming in from IG once again.
Yeah, IQ of a coconut, able to actually secure 2 plates here on the top side, so going to get some trade over some gold, so it stays pretty even nonetheless, but finally, IG comes out to a bit of a victory here in this series, the first one I'd say, and it really comes down to Destro just being able to stack up this lethal tempo, I think, just on this Braum for free, and then on top of that, Nunu able to secure this Drake as well from Paradigm Shift, not even with that Q, just straight up raw off of the smite there and able to actually secure it. And then after that, just a little bit too late here for TFF as Blocky Panda isn't in position to find a nice engage.
Yeah, and I mean, again, these are some pretty close plays, but so far, IG definitely going to be on the winning end of that. But in spite of it, they're still only up around 600 gold, and that scaling issue is definitely still going to be there. Lucky has been free farming, has been able to just kind of start stacking up those souls. And after a while, this Zen is really going to hurt. This is a character who once gets going, it's impossible to stop them. And with the composition they have, they don't really have anyone that can dive the backline. Which means, yeah, we see it right there. 29 souls already at 11 minutes. Not as much as I thought, but still going to be very dangerous on the Senna.
Yeah, I think with the double range, it's just a little bit harder to actually be able to secure up these souls, but 29 is still a respectable number. And Senna should feel pretty comfy in this one, as you said, because especially with the Braum as well, you're able to block the main engage target with the Encore, as well as any snowballs that could potentially come through. So I think it just becomes a lot more difficult to actually lock her down. They do at least have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which maybe is their best opportunity if they're able to catch Senna out on a bit of a side portion of the fight here. So we're just seeing how this lane kind of plays out, and yeah, Indigo just doesn't have the damage to be able to compete with IQ of a Coconut if they do get in range. So it's not getting much easier here on the top side, and with you know, just over 20 CS here for IQ of a Coconut over, this is gonna be just continue to hurt in the top side.
Yeah, and IQ of a Coconut does have that Dorn Shot as well. And I mean, just look, just one snip, that's all that's needed. But now Zurich Fire getting jumped upon once again. But biggest snowball ever is in the area. But Blocky Panda positions away, has that Q3 as well if necessary. So not going to be in too much danger there. But you're talking about that top side, and it's only going to get worse as well. Because again, you pick Karma for that lane bully status, and then you just have a powerful enchanter in team fights. But someone still needs to match IQ of a Coconut. And I don't think there is anyone on IG that's going to be able to do that. No one can really fulfill that role. And they just need to try and find some picks, maybe play fast on the other side of the map. But like you said, the execution's very difficult to.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult. I think they're gonna have to put Zeri to match the Gwen, and then the Karma to match the Yone, but that's still very terrifying for the Karma. You need to have perfect footwork if you're able to stay alive in that, even in that side lane. So it's just a more difficult position because they're gonna be dealing with 1-3-1 in a composition where IG kind of wants to play 4-1. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but they won't have that luxury. This one thing they do have though is actually Indigo gonna be able to back away. Ghost, Flash, and the Needlework all burned here in the top lane, but Indigo gonna be able to walk it out. But like I was saying, the dragon is about to spawn, and that could be somewhere where IG do start getting those winning advantages. When you have that Nunu, it's so much easier to get the smite, so much easier to get the dragons, the souls, any of these objectives. And if they're able to start stacking it, if they're able to get the feats, that will give them just that little bit of extra stats. And right now, they need any help they can get.
Yeah, for sure. They are looking towards the spot side here. They're getting the prio here. Nunu is on the backside. If Poodle walks a little bit too far forward, I could see him getting taken down. But
yeah, and it looks like they are diving. Biggest snowball ever. Not going to be able to.
yeah, they did a good job respecting there by Poodle and Lucky, so just able to survive out this one. The double range matchup still is difficult, even with the protection from the Braum. The drag is coming up. We do have a lot of members in the area, and Blocky Panda also has the TP to rejoin. It's going to get back canceled, though. So that is going to change the timer just a little bit, and that should give them just enough time to be able to freely secure this Drake, since it is just that Nunu Q smite.
Yeah, but Coach Silent K is here, and with that positioning, might be considering to go forward. But Drake's 5 with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they should be able to get this kill as well. So it's the second dragon of the game, and Azure Fire on a rampage, 4-2-2 on the Zeri, starting to really get strong.
Yeah, definitely very terrifying here for TFF. It's slowly slipping away from them. I will say they still have the security of an easier comp to play, so that's always going to have to be in the back of your mind here. But they are doing a good job extending this lead, so I think they're in a pretty good position. They just need to not mess up. That's just kind of how these comps work. If you just keep playing solid and you don't really afford your opponent any room to breathe, you can definitely snowball that into a victory. But as I said, it needs to be clean, it needs to be proper, and you need to figure out how to manage these lane assignments that are going to be pretty rough starting in just a couple minutes.
So are you saying it needs to be the biggest snowball ever?
Yeah, definitely. It needs to be the most enchanted crystal arrow as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, right now they're doing it so far. They're positioning for these objectives with perfect timings. They're making sure that they have the vision. They're dotting their I's. They're crossing their T's. And if they don't cut any corners, which they haven't been so far, to give them full credit in game number 2, they could just continue pressing forward bit by bit and eventually kind of take the game off of one overforce by TFF. because with that dragon, they did get the feats, but now the Rift Herald is up, and this time around, TFF, they are ready to contest onto it, and Azurix Fire is alone in the bot lane. No one's matching it, so it is 4v5, but now Paradigm Shift may have stepped a little bit too far. The concussive blow is going to get that stun. Same with the last embrace, and they're just going to continue going for it, but the Encore lands onto all four, and now Coach Silent K is in the middle of it all, will get taken down by Destro, and Paradigm Shift does have the tankiness and the shielding coming out from Reyna to be able to walk it off.
Yeah, not enough damage on the Senna just yet. Zeri is finding Yone, though, on the side here, so could actually look for a fight here. Looks like they're going for a full-on brawl.
Yeah,
Lucky
and
Panda.
Fate Sealed gonna get burned. Azurix Fire is forced to flash away, but now Poodle could be in a bad spot. They have a lot of damage, and Poodle just gonna get taken down again. Azurix Fire is unstoppable and wants to continue this play. Is super confident, really feeling themselves over on this Zeri. And now they should be able to steal away this red buff. They have the positioning for Rift Herald, and they're shoving down this mid-tier 1. IG, they're able to get everything on the map.
Yeah, the survivability from Nunu's Devour, as well as the extra shielding power from Reyna, just keeping him up and alive, so able to do just a lot of extra supportive capabilities there to keep the numbers up. 4-9 now, with a 2.5k gold lead, the highest that they've had in this series for sure. But look at that shield. That is massive. With being only at 17 minutes, the Seraphine's definitely online for the most part.
Yep, and now the items, they're all really going into the right places. I mean, Indigo doesn't have a kill, Paradigm Shift doesn't have a kill. It's all onto Azurix Fire, I'm Destro, and Reyna. And like you said before, even on the support, because it is a Seraphine, it is good to get the gold on there. Moonstone Maneuver already completed. Probably getting close to that second item as well. And things are just going to get pretty difficult for TFF, because right now they do have a lot of damage. They do have a ton of frontline, but the amount of DPS on the side of IG is just so much higher. And with all the shielding coming through, it's just so difficult to play.
Yeah, the extra chase potential from the Ashe, too, is definitely something very influential. I want to also point out, like, Destro, this is about the items he finished the game with last game. So you could see just how big of a difference it is for this one. So it should just be a lot easier to play out, at least for their own game plan. They just need to make sure they don't get comboed. You know, if Maokai is able to find a good ultimate as well as just Yone on top of that, and with the Fate Sealed, it really could be a disaster, but it's just much more difficult.
Crystal Arrow thrown to the mid lane. Encore lands onto 2, and now they're able to take down Coach Silent K. But it looks like that's going to be it for now. Absolute Zero going to get interrupted by the Fate Seal. Dawning Shadow over top, but Indigo is here shielding up the entire team. And now the chase potential is there. Poodle getting slowed down. Those Ashe arrows just continuously making sure that once you're in the fight, there is no getting out without their say-so.
Yeah, I mean, the double AD carry with the Seraphine Karma support is just working out here. Somebody needs to get Serpent's Fang. This is actually ridiculous. If you're watching all those shields end up coming through, Nunu's actually going to go for the second charge here on the turret here. They're not going to be able to deny it. So nice damage onto the mid lane inhibitor turret. And they're going to be able to shift their priority straight over to this Drake. And it's looking good for IG.
Yeah, and this is the third dragon of the game. And I think they should just be able to secure this. And that's going to be the Infernal Dragon and potentially the Infernal Soul. One big advantage, like I was just saying, IG, they have the damage where they don't care that they're squishy. They're just able to win through constant DPS. But walk me through this fight here.
Yeah, just a nice engage there. Coach Silent K not even able to press the ultimate there to root up a bunch of the players. But as soon as Blocky Panda goes in, look at the shielding on top of Paradigm Shift. That was at least a full HP bar's worth. So just able to survive out the burst from the Yone, and Lucky autoing over. Otacon going to be grabbed up as well on top of the Drake here, and the stars are aligning here for IG, and they're able to pick up every objective on the map after that big win in mid lane.
Yeah, they're getting everything they could possibly want now. At the very least, IQ of a Coconut able to get an objective bounty over on that top side, maybe even 2, as they are hitting onto that tier 2. But right now, IG, they're just in a really solid position. I think they're even okay giving it up to some extent. They'd rather give up a couple objective bounties than take a bad fight. Though, as I say that, Lightning Crash is going to be coming through. And Azurix Fire taking a lot of damage from the needlework, but that's still going to be another kill going over to the Zeri. And Indigo not done chasing. There's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming over the top, and it will land. Massive snipe And with that, Indigo and Azure X5, they should be able to catch up to Coach Silent K. Dawning Shadow gonna get used. It's gonna buy a little bit of time, but not enough. Reyna will secure that last hit. And IG, another 2-for-0 play.
Yeah, it's just looking good here. IG's able to just seal the deal for the most part. They, we talked about scary late games with that Gwen, Yone, Senna, but, you don't get there. It's not going to matter nearly as much since the curve is just here for Zeri and Ashe. I mean, you have the IE already completed for the Zeri. That's pretty much everything you really need, and then getting some Vamp Scepter on top of that with no shielding reduction, since the only one who really can buy it is the Senna, and that's going to put her pretty far behind if she does end up buying it. So it's just a tough position now that
Open out
they
blocking
found the
pad, going to be in
victory.
a bad spot. Fate Shield is used, but Azure X-Fire flashing in. And look at that damage. Blocky Panda just not able to stand up to the Zeri at all. 10, 2, and 4. This is terrifying for TFF.
Yeah, I'm curious on the build path here. I would have went just more crit considering they're so squishy on the side of IG, but went for the Bark here, maybe just trying to kill the Nunu, but I just think it's kind of ill-advised. But, you stick to your build path for the most part, but I think this is one of those few games where you just rush the crit and call it a day.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you're behind as well. Maybe was hoping that with that extra lifesteal, with that extra chase potential, could kind of elongate the fights. But right now, with the damage that IG is bringing out, these fights are short and sweet. It's really who can one-shot who first. And IG having a massive advantage with those kinds of team fights.
Yeah, you never really want to go a long fight, especially when there's multiple 80 carries in the pocket here. Lucky going to be walking, grabbing this red buff. Luckily not going to be able to get exposed and taken out. They're going to look for
Coach Silent K going to get rooted up and immediately going to come in with the Nature's Grasp, but again, there's just no follow-up there. Coach Silent K going to be left to the dogs. And I'm Destro going to be able to get that kill for themselves as Indigo almost gets taken down. And IQ of a Coconut actually performing quite well here on the top side. Could try to 1v2. But Indigo and Paradigm Shift, they're just trying to back away. IQ of a Coconut getting kited away. Gwen is immune, but it doesn't matter yet. Still trying to chase forward. The roots are there, and they might even be able to turn it back. But look at that knockup. Look at that damage and the healing coming out from IQ of a Coconut. Reyna is on the way. Same with I'm Destro. And IQ of a Coconut may have overstayed a little bit too long. Everyone is here. Azure X-Fire even going to jump over the map. Dawning Shadow, again, going to be used for a little bit of the defensive capability. And IQ of a Coconut just going to get stopped. And Destro will get themselves another kill going from the bot lane straight to the top.
Yeah, Baron now up in 1 minute, so they already have a very commanding position. They will have to give up this bot lane turret, it looks like, and maybe even this mid lane turret, but it's not going to matter too much here. But as I say, that Azure X-Fire going in.
Yeah, no play there, but that's an ultimate use.
It should be back up by Baron. I believe it's just a 1 minute cooldown, so it's not actually too big of a deal here to actually just be using it on cooldown just to force away the players from TFF. Dragon up in 30, so definitely going to want to get the resets in before that. And they're able to secure the bot lane turret for a bit more gold, sitting about 4k down. Definitely not where you want to be for TFF, but it does just take one big fight. But with the shielding and healing potential from now a redemption as well on the Seraphine, it just seems so difficult unless they're able to catch her immediately. And if they're able to find the engage on her first, it basically has to be Seraphine or nothing. It's going to be just too difficult of a fight as it goes on.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though, is going to come out, and they have found Coach Silent K. And I think that on its own should already give up this Dragon's Soul. IG, they pick off the exact target they need to, and you said that they were 4k down, which is definitely an issue, but they're also down the Otacon. They're also going to be down the Soul, but even without the Soul, 4 Dragons is a lot of stats. And IG just getting all of those leads and all of those advantages in their own hands.
Yeah, they're really closing out this one, I think, pretty cleanly. They're now going to just transition straight toward that Baron, since they have so much pressure onto it. They are getting some pings here from the side of TFF. They want to be able to start this up. But Gwen is just on the top side recalling now, so it looks like they're just going to have to give it up and look for the fight another day. So they're going to push out this mid lane turret. Azure X-Fire doesn't want to give it up, but definitely should be careful here. Doesn't want to get caught out solo here right before the Baron actually goes down.
immediately going in with the lightning crash as well. May have gone a little bit too deep. Fade Sealed is going to land, but look at the healing Encore's there as well. And it is a 1-for-1 for now, but biggest snowball ever is going to land, and Poodle trying to get away and will be able to. That Glacial Fissure definitely buying a lot of space, and definitely not a needed play from Azure X Fire. May have been feeling themselves a little bit too hard, though. As I say that, they also do find Coach Silent K. I'm not sure what you're doing here, but I very much doubt they'll be able to get away. They are getting followed by Paradigm Shift. Just need one more route. The slow from I'm Daystro. Couple more autos, but Paradigm Shift gets the kill with the consume.
Yeah, they're just finding that Maokai constantly play after play after play after they made a pretty good one on Azure X Fire, appropriately punishing the over-aggression there and securing a 1,000 gold shutdown into the pocket of Lucky.
Coming in with the needlework, looking on to Reyna, and Reyna immediately gonna get taken down. I'm Daystro should be next to follow. One more snip. It's enough. Absolute Zero not dealing enough damage, and now Poodle is still gonna get rooted up by Cuba Coconut, just kind of trying to heal away. But Lightning Crash once again, Cuba Coconut will get taken down. It is the 2-for-1 in favor of TFF. Coach Silent K is back up, and they're kind of preventing any kind of play with this Baron buff.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Blocky Panda now gonna bait out a bit of the resources here, but finds a huge Q there from Indigo to actually chunk out just a little bit more. They're protecting this cannon minion appropriately, and with this next wave coming in, that's going to be a turret going down. They're gonna look maybe for an engage now.
Yeah, they are going through with this. They have the grasping root, Nature's Grasp over top, Fate Sealed as well, and Indigo is gonna be going down. Azure X Fire gonna be the next target, and Paradigm Shift has nowhere to go. Tries to grade the snowball. It kind of goes off to the side. Shut down Coach Silent K. And just like that, TFF, they could have brought this game back. The gold is basically even.
Oh no, this is exactly what you wanted to avoid. A little bit of over-aggression, not respecting the death timers on some of the bigger, more important members for the engage. And they're giving it up. Now Reyna getting caught out. This could be another kill, but they're not going to snap and trigger that concussive blows. So barely going to be able to survive out there. They could have really translated that and punished them. Extremely difficult for that overstay.
Yeah, but luckily for IG, there's really not too much on the map for TFF to take. They do get that tier 1 turret, and they do get the objective bounty for themselves, which is definitely good for them. But there's no Baron, there's no Dragon. Otacon's been off the map for a while at this point. So the gold is good and all, but do you think that's going to be enough to really kind of push them over the edge of this game's pacing?
I think it's going to make it much more difficult. I said how fragile this comp is, and, you know, just a couple errors like that and a couple more engages, this game could just be over in the blink of an eye. But just because the ease of execution is there, I think if they play the fights more one at a time, you really abuse the fact you have the shielding. Yeah, it's great, but you kind of need everyone to be there, and I could see it being difficult. You know, the 1-3-1 is still a threat throughout this game, so it's just going to be difficult for them to manage all these lanes as they come in, unless they start dropping waves, and then at that point, this gold lead for TFF might expand even more, and then come to a point where, yes, your Gwen and your Yone are fully online. The Serpent's Fang is now secure for the Senna, and she was able to use the 1,000 gold shutdown from just a couple minutes ago to also secure the next item on top of that. So honestly, Senna pretty much doesn't feel the effects of having to diverge her build over to that item at all.
Yeah, and that Serpent's Fang is going to benefit the entire team as well. It's not just a buff for Lucky, it's a buff for all of TFF, but either way, right now, IG, they still have the priority on the map, so they are going to be able to take this tier 2 for themselves. And now the real question, the potential throw area for IG, if they are not careful, the Elder Dragon is spawning in a minute. And if TFF are able to take this one, that would definitely turn the tide in their favor. But IG, they're still playing slow, they're still playing careful. Could manage to also win the game off this play as well.
Yeah, Poodle needs to get some wards in here so Gwen can actually TP in a pretty favorable position, but just is a little bit scared of getting engaged on by like an Enchanted Growth Arrow, which has kind of been the big trend here that's been taking out the front line for the most part for TFF, with Coach Silent K and Poodle tanking up a lot of those throughout this one. With Elder Drake spawning in just 30 seconds, there just isn't that great of vision control. So you're seeing TFF instead prioritize towards this mid wave, wants to cut through it, to be able to maybe bait someone to walk in here. Indigo kind of in a dangerous position.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that. And Indigo still alive for now, but in a really bad spot. Dangerous grasp over top, Dawning Shadow, and the Encore is going to land onto everyone. Absolute Zero on to 5, but it's still Reyna going to be the first to go down. I'm Daystro going to follow, but they still have Azure X Fire, still dealing damage over top of everyone, but it's not enough. It looks like it's going to be an ace for TFF, and they're just going to shove through the mid lane. They don't care about Elder. They're looking for the throat. They're looking to end the series.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to push through mid. That's a long-ass death timer at 22 seconds here on the Seraphine, and the real big member here of Destro is going to take another 25, so this is looking pretty over. They have the Gwen, they have the Yone. These are some great turret killers. And just like that, I feel like Indigo just kind of gave it away, but they don't feel confident in wanting to force it. They don't want to overforce, kind of like how IG did just a couple minutes ago. So they're going to go back towards that Elder Drake and secure it. And you're going to see how it started up here with a nice Q here from Braum to just start up this stun and then just gets chain CC'd over and over and over. And then despite Zeri coming in with a pretty explosive start here, there's a huge fate sealed here for Blocky Panda to find the Seraphine on the backside and chain that into a Q3 into Destro to really force out all the resources out of the Ashe, and the long fight just goes the way of TFF since you do have the concussive blows of the Braum, and that just goes all towards TFF. And this fragile comp gets one team fight loss, and suddenly it's a different game.
Yeah, and I noticed it was a good start for IG. Indigo did get caught out, but then they got Absolute Zero on 5. They got Encore on 5, but Azure X Fire just was not there till after all the CC ended, till they were ready to fight again on the side of TFF. And I do think if they were there at the start, it would have been a very different fight. And then at the same time, kind of was focusing Coach Silent K and Poodle, not the two high priority targets. But so very interesting to see how that does change things. But now Baron going to get started by TFF, and Paradigm Shift doesn't have flash, so cannot jump over the wall. It takes so much damage. That Elder buff are really dealing DPS just on its own.
Yeah, now it's slipping away from them. They don't have their foot on the gas like they did just, 5-10 minutes ago. Now sitting almost 6k gold behind. It's just looking rough now. They don't have the engage pressure. They're going to need to find a big opener here with an Encore or maybe a snowball into a priority member, but IQ of a Coconut is just so large, and with, the Seeker's Arm Guard in the pocket of IQ of a Coconut, you can't even isolate out this Gwen since you don't have any good stunning CC for that champion here, as now Nunu coming straight out of base.
Ever going to land on 3, but again, Elder buff is still available. They don't want to fight into it, but it does buy a little bit of time. They don't lose anyone. They only lose one inhib. And with Elder buff, I think they're okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't sync up these waves very well for TFF, so it's not going to matter too much, but, they're going to give away a lot of timer here on the Elder, so maybe they're only going to have, maybe 45 seconds to work with it in just a second here as they're looking for an engage.
Well, going to land onto Blocky Panda. Absolute Zero over top, and that could be the fight. Lightning Crash going to come through. Blocky Panda is already gone. Encore again lands onto 3. And now IQ of a Coconut trying to go in with the needlework, able to get one so far, but will go down immediately on spawn. Almost takes a few with them. As I'm Daystro still pushing forward. Could have definitely been killed by one auto, but now the TP is coming through. And it looks like this time IG are the ones that want to try ending the game, but there's so many structures in the bot side.
Yeah, Blocky Panda not able to actually pull off that ult, so just going to be able to survive out this one. Got to be a bit careful of this Senna. Definitely could put up a very good defense here. Just looking to fight the Zeri on the bot side, and we're going to see how it actually started up here. A very fast snowball into Blocky Panda, who tanked an RQ here from Indigo. Goes back to it, but still gets rooted up, so isn't able to actually pull off the ultimate. And that's a lot of your pressure gone. And with a lot of your resources here just taken away and no cleanse for the Senna, it's just so much free damage that these double 80 carry comps are able to do. At least IQ of a Coconut trades over onto the Seraphine and maybe could have even won this fight. I think Lucky maybe could have just kited out and taken out a bunch of the members, but didn't want to risk it, stays alive, and somehow, some way, IG finds a victory. But is it enough? They at least get a lot of the pressure off their back to be able to stall for this next Elder in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I did say before the start of this game that IG, they're a team They're a new team. They're on different roles than they were in the past, and they will need time to get into their stride. But I mean, the difference between game 1 and game 2 has been staggering. They've been playing so much better, and having the confidence to take a fight into Elder Buff just because they know the engage was good, that is going to take them far. That's the kind of confidence you want to have on your team. That's the kind of confidence you want to have in your teammates as well. It's really going to be a good look for IG going further into this.
Yeah, look at the gold lead in the mid lane here. Definitely telling a different story. Full 6 items here for the Zeri with a Randuin's Omen on top of it, just for that extra survivability. So bursting the Zeri just becomes a lot more difficult, but maybe the damage potential is just slightly lower. But I think it's perfectly fine considering how many shields you have. And shields, the most important thing about shields, if you don't know, is of course that shields scale with how many resistances you have. So obviously, if you're buying a Randuin's Omen on the Zeri, you're going to feel very confident about your chances of surviving a big burst engage.
Yes, but what's interesting to me is Paradigm Shift doesn't have that frozen. And I think really Reyna or Indigo could have gotten that as well. And most of the damage on the side of TFF does come through those auto attacks. Even the Gwen to auto attack a lot to get combos, to get those extra charges on. And I think that could be an extremely value item for them. And like you said, just getting more value out of those shields, more value out of the survivability. The longer the fights go, the more it benefits IG. So I would like to see that picked up if the game is going to.
Yeah, so they have a good control ward flank here for the Gwen actually on the backsides here. So I think IG has to be pretty careful about how they play this. Indigo has to show the due respects. They're going to try and take out this mid wave here. There is always the opportunity for TFF to threaten just ending if IG actually goes for this Elder. So taking the mid lane away, I think, is a very good idea here. Indigo going to walk up. Going to get chunked out by a Q
They're
here.
looking to go in, but not going to be able to find the play. Blocking Panda, the will finds the Fate Sealed, and Reyna immediately going to get burst down. Coach on K getting the kill. Lightning Crash does happen, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get the kill. Absolute Zero's going to do Absolute Zero, and Paradigm Shift going to get finished off as well. Will trade for IQ of a Coconut, but I think that's enough. I think TFF, it's just I'm Daystro and Indigo. They should not be able to defend here, but they're going to give it their best. And there's no wave yet either, so they do need to wait a little bit on the side of TFF, but it is on the way. They're buying some space, just trying to get whatever they can. Both sides just trying to poke the other out. But Coach Sean K with a twisted advance immediately going to go in, and I'm Daystro going to get burst out. Indigo's the final survivor. Will get stunned up as well. The concussive blows land. Another Bramble Smash, and Indigo with no DPS is following on it. They're hitting the turrets instead. They managed to get one. They're looking for the other, but the inhibs respawn. And Indigo can still stay and still defend. And now Reyna is back. The Encore is available. It is going to hit onto one. Blocky Panda just going to get rooted up, taking so much damage, and will get burst down. Are you kidding me? IG, they are going to survive. Inhib MVP for them. And now they have a TP in the back line. And it's going to be a Jurex Fire. I think, knowing them, they're going to try to continue playing forward. They're getting set up, but nope, they're just going to back away and immediately get right back onto the Elder. But another TP from IQ of a Coconut. Neither one of these teams wants to stop the pacing yet. The Elder buff is going to get started. And there's no one here on TFF except for IQ of a Coconut. So this should be the Elder going towards Imperial Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab up this Elder, and that's a lot of big damage that they have. And they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to actually be able to start up a fight from a distance, which could really be a great dagger to throw. But they're going to go towards the Baron now, which I think will be a pretty accurate call since they have, as I said, the long-range engage to be able to start something up. So depending on how this goes, it could be the very last fight of the game, since this is a pretty bottlenecked one here. They're going to give it up, so it's going to be a defense at the base here for TFF.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty difficult for both these two teams. And we did break the 40-minute mark, so if anyone has Gathering Storm, true value going to be coming in right now. Without a doubt, the best rune to have at 40 minutes. And I think IG, they want to just try and push this in for the game. Last Embrace is going to land, but it's not going to matter too much yet. Paradigm Shift just trying to buy some space. They have the Baron buff. They have the Elder buff. If they can get any kind of damage to start, they can just absolutely tear away this fight. The mid inhib already gone. And right now, Biggest snowball ever. It's gonna be coming around once again, and it's gonna land on it too. Now Encore Lightning Craft. They're able to take down Poodle. They're able to take down Blocky Panda. Now Dawning Shadow over top. Needlework dealing a decent amount of damage, and Azurix Fire is actually going to get taken down, but will get traded back. Koshan K is gone. IQ of a Coconut should get executed here. One more hit, but Lucky buying so much space and time as well, but the Consume keeping Paradigm Shift alive, and all the poke coming from both these two teams. Biggest snowball ever. Once again, going to be coming through here. Lucky will get finished off, and IG, they did it. They brought us back from a 42-minute game, and they take us to a game number 3.
Oh my goodness, that was a bit of a scrap here on the end there, with the inhibitor really saving Imperial Gaming's chances in this series. It was closer than it should have been, in my opinion. I think IG came out with a very commanding lead. You're seeing it there on the graph in the bottom right corner, but anyways, they take the victory somehow, some way, able to get a good response. I think getting a little bit too aggressive here, not able to find the kills immediately on that Nexus kill here for TFF, and they're going to take us to a final game after, I mean, as I said, they had a very commanding position, and then it looked completely doomed as soon as they lost that inhibitor fight. So either way, I mean, going to game 3 is going to be pretty spicy now.
I mean, both these two teams just kind of brawling it out. And like you said, it was back and forth, but the fights themselves, there was very few actual close fights. It really seems whoever got to start the fight on their terms were the ones that won. Maybe kind of an exception was that mid lane fight where Indigo got caught out to start. And because of that, they didn't have the Zeri joining the fight till much later. Definitely lost them the fight for IG, but they still played phenomenally. They looked a lot better than in game number 1. And this was a very, very difficult composition to pull off, but I think they did great.
Yeah, I think they did very solid for, as I said, a harder to execute composition. You could see how they actually played out with these double shielding, double 80 carry. What are we, back in season 9? I mean, that definitely gave me some flashbacks there. But having the consistency of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, I think, is really what rounded out that composition there to be able to actually take that victory here for IG, and they're gonna, tie up the series 1-1. Fearless. Those 10 champions not going to be hitting the Rift again. So now the pools get even more constrained. If the two signature champions for Blocky Panda that will get first pick are the Akali and the Yone, what else you got in that pool? So we'll have to wait and see for this next game.
Blocky Panda gonna be able to show us what they have cooking up as we head to a break. But when we come back, it'll be the third and final game to decide the Week 1 Divinity League victor. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after. All right, and we are back with the third and final game between Imperial Gaming and TFF. Now, there's been a close series so far, but who do you give the edge to for game number 3, Golden Gad?
As I'm someone who already gambled in the chat, please gamble as well. I put
Gambling's
3K.
good.
I put 3K on TFF. I see everyone's leaning towards IG currently. So I'm kind of going for the underdog, I guess. But I think it's much closer than that. So I'm gonna give it over to TFF. That's just who I think can take it here. But if we see a similar performance as the last with Azure kind of taking it handily over Blocky Pan, I could see that being a pretty good opportunity. But I think things went pretty well there for IG in the last one, and things went very well for TFF in the first. So we're kind of seeing two sides of the coin, and it's really where will it land in this next one? I'm not too sure. I'm gonna have to see the draft first. But at least IG has found something that works for them, which I think we saw in the game one. They didn't really have that identity. So maybe they now have a better idea of what they want to be playing with.
Yeah, they seem to do a great job with those kind of big AoE ultimates. The Encore coming out from Reyna, Azure X Fire, Lightning Crash, obviously not one of those big ultimates, but was still consistently landing it on 3 or 4 and then just able to clean up those fights afterwards, getting those AoE auto attacks just bouncing between everyone. I think that kind of just like go forward aggressive play really benefits IG, and it is going to be interesting because I think a big part of that was paradigm shift, just kind of enabling those plays on the Nunu, getting those big snowballs. But like we mentioned a few times, this is fearless. The Nunu's not going to be available for them. And I'm wondering what kind of other picks they can bring out of the jungle that can kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as tank junglers go, there's still stuff like Skarner, so that's still always an option that you could lean back on. But they did get rid of some of the big ultimate ones, such as Maokai and Sejuani. Those are generally who you consistently see throughout metas and metas past. So now you're gonna have to go through your bag of tricks just a little bit deeper. What tank champions are you gonna pick up, especially since stuff like the Amumu is actually taken away. On top of that, you also have some other picks that you could rely on for engage in the top side as well, but I'm not sure if they really index towards any of those. So I expect to see a lot of the same, where a lot of the engage will be coming from the jungle, but there just isn't that great of options. I'd probably imagine that we see something like a Vi in this next one. Maybe we go for like a Vi Ahri, a little bit more of an aggressive mage in tandem with a Vi, but that's all I could really think of as far as a good identity for both of these teams that either team could really pick up and play. Because besides that, there isn't that many good options for engage tanks as it currently stands, unless a Mumu gets dropped as a ban.
If you look at the jungle role, yes, but I think one thing we also need to remember, Indigo did play the Shen in game number 1 and played it pretty well, if I might add. And I think a big reason why they didn't play tank in game 2 was just because of this Gwen. This Gwen is just such a strong tank killer, but again, this is not going to be available again. There are still some tank killer options like Fiora or the Camille, but they're a lot more difficult to play. They're a lot more punishable. They do not just have a button that makes them completely immune. Well, Fiora does kind of, but not quite the same thing. But either way, we're going to get into draft and we're going to see what these two teams have prepared for this third and final set. And yeah, you're right. It is a completely different side. IG going to be taking the blue side this time around.
Yeah, so TFF using the leverage of having that pick is going to swap over to that red side, so they're not going to be first picking any crazy mid laners here in this one, since they're going to have to give that one up. But we're seeing similar bans here. The Yorick getting moved up in priority. Maybe they're going to keep the Amumu open. Nope, they're going to immediately ban that out. They don't want it to be their first pick to maybe get exploited by something like a Lilia, perhaps. Or one of those other farming junglers that you could put on top of it. The Jinx, the Cassio, this is pretty consistent throughout the day. Nothing too crazy here. I think it's gonna just remain mostly the same. You could also go something like a Wukong. That's another big ultimate engaged jungler. And Victor gonna get banned out here. The pool's been pinched a little bit here, so Blocky Panda doesn't have the consistent melees you'd expect. There's still Silas and Gallia, who have also been pretty present in this meta that we are notably most absent. You could also play something like the Rise if you feel comfortable on that. That's a lot more of a control mage style. But with Azur's Fire playing Zeri in the last one, I imagine it's going to be another 80 carry maybe in the mid lane, which means you need to lock in a good top side AP carry. But we're going to start off with a Sivir, so a pretty safe pick on that bot side. Nothing really does majorly exploit Sivir, and even MF kind of just doesn't really care about the Sivir too much either, so it's just going to be a pretty neutral trade of 80 carries here for the first 2 picks.
Yeah, one thing I will say that is super annoying as the misfortune in this matchup, Sivir can very commonly accidentally break your strut. Just having those bouncing boomerangs just going through the wave, you have to position in such a different way. It makes it very difficult to get any kind of advantages, but the Mel going to get locked in here as well. Now, this could go to Reyna or Azure X Fire, but I mean, Mel is a very strong champion if played correctly. I believe in solo queue actually has a negative win rate, but if we start looking over at that competitive play, it is being seen often and it almost always performs exceedingly well.
Yeah, and especially with MF, a champion that gets pretty hard countered if you're able to block out a lot of that engage. It's actually pretty solid here. Leona, a nice call out there. If you do end up blocking the Zenith Blade, you actually go back towards the Leona, so not exactly what you want. So making it a little bit more tricky to actually utilize that W properly. We are seeing Volibear and Wukong, so some pretty strong tankier slash engage options in the jungle once again, but this time a little bit more leaning towards the duelist typing. So having a little bit more pressure in the jungle will be a very interesting thing. We are seeing Poodle have to diversify the pool a little bit. Going towards Leona, so a more of engage support here to be able to lock down something like a Sivir more reliably. Of course, she still has the spell shield, but you can only spell shield so many abilities before you do finally get caught out. So I think it's a pretty good shout out there. We still have no word here on what Blocky Panda is going to be playing. It might be saved for that last final pick here, as IQ of a Coconut's going to lock in that Gnar. I anticipated something safe on the top side, and that'll do for sure.
Yeah, pretty interesting that they are leaving Blocky Panda to last. Every other game, it was been the B1 pick. No other champions shown. And I mean, right now, IG just running the magic isn't real composition. Spell Shield over on Sivir, Reflect over on Mel, Unstoppable from both Volibear and Mundo. I mean, and okay, Sona believes in magic, but that's the only one. But everyone else, they're like, nah, it's not real. Not gonna affect us. And I think that will make things a bit easier for them, because even if Coach Silent K can get on the backline with a Cyclone, it will knock up the Mel, but it's not going to accomplish too much. But with that Sona pick, we should also mention that it is going to be Azure X Fire playing that Mel in the mid lane.
Yeah, I figured it would be the Mel towards mid, of course, just because I didn't anticipate that's what they want to be playing around, since it seems like Destro and Reyna really like to just play for a more safe lane where you're able to survive and scale up. So Sona Sivir fits that identity perfectly. You're looking to just wave clear and survive with the sustainability of the Sona. But you do have to be a little careful. Sona, one of the squishiest champions in the game. Unfortunately, that title was taken away from her by Yuumi, but she's still down there in the bottom 3 for sure. So definitely I have to play it very careful early on in the lane. But I think having a Mundo is extremely solid. So you have a really good front line to rely on, and it's going to be up to TFF to be able to shred through that. And with the Azir MF, it could be a little bit difficult since MF doesn't pump as hard as some of these other 80 carries do. But we're going straight into game 3 here for TFF versus IG, the capstone of a very exciting best of 3 to start Divinity.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game here. And from my initial analysis, just looking at this, I think this might be the closest draft we've had this entire series. Both teams kind of drafting similar things, similar styles, and they have really good balance as well. But Paradigm Shift going to be getting jumped upon. 4 members. I'll make that 5 members of TFF going to be here, but it's just going to be a little bit of poke, a little bit of BM, if I may say so, but not too much going to be accomplished there.
Yeah, wants to get a little bit of pressure onto Paradigm Shift, and knowing that there will be a recall here means you do get to have a nice deep ward here. IQ of Coconut will spot out that the Raptors are warded on the side of TFF, so just going to be able to get that going here. I will say at the very least, IG has set up a bit of a trap play here in the bot side, but since it is a Sona Sivir, I mean, it's just going to be a couple autos and you walk away. Nothing too insane for that bot lane brush presence.
Yeah, just trying to get that early advantage. But also interesting to me for this game as well, Lucky has gotten that cleanse every single time. Now, this time it does make a little bit more sense. There is that crescendo from Reyna, which can definitely change up this matchup over in the bot lane. But it does get a little bit scary later on without the cleanse.
Yeah, the crescendo definitely something. And since MF is one of those champions that does stay still during the cast of the ultimate, like having the cleanse could be pretty important just because you are going to be kind of forced to be able to tank some CC abilities if you want to get full value out of that bullet time. So we're just seeing how these lanes pan out. Sivir should have decent push here and should be able to neutralize a lot of the pressure of the bouncing bullet from the Q on Lucky's side. So it should actually be a pretty easy lane here for Sivir in particular. And Sona should be able to get some free stacks for that support item. And just supporting out with some extra damage really will be good over the long run.
Yeah, and it's important to note how well this bot lane of IG does scale. You said Seraphine scales incredibly well, but the same is true with Sona. Obviously, doesn't scale quite as hard and is a little bit more difficult position-wise. But if you're able to find that positioning, the crescendo is super powerful. Those buffs that she can throw out for the team is incredibly solid. As actually decent bit of trading over the top side. Indigo starting to get a little bit low, forced to flash away. Will get to level 3 as the dive happens, but still first blood going to IQ of a coconut. But Paradigm Shift should be here to get the second.
Yeah, able to trade out that kill immediately here. Indigo almost getting lucky enough with that level up to be able to survive, but wasn't able to pop the gray health to actually get it back and survive from the minions' damage. So very solid there from IQ of a coconut, but it's going to be a pretty even trade nonetheless. Didn't lose too many minions on that top side.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Paradigm Shift barely had to move at all. Didn't deviate from that jungle path in the slightest. Just kind of stopped as if IQ of a coconut was just another camp to take. And Volibear is one of those champions that can snowball pretty well and can become quite unstoppable. And yeah, you're right. There is a fight happening over in the mid lane as Azure X-Fire with Paradigm Shift. They're trying to get the kill, but there we go. We got the observers in. Coach Silent K going to force out the flash from Azure X-Fire and will flash right back in. Gets the Wukong's attack, and then just one more auto is needed, and Azure X-Fire going to be able to get that kill. And now they're still looking for more. Blocky Panda going to be next on the chopping block, but will be able to flash away. No mana left. Poodle going to take some damage on the way out, but another pickoff going in favor of IG, and the IG from game 1 is just no longer here. They're looking a lot cleaner this time around.
Yeah, they're able to actually find that trade here. Blocky Panda just getting a little bit over ambitious there without a solid amount of mana in that fight. Zir just kind of runs out of steam, so the extra damage here from Ozric's Fire definitely going to be a big factor. And TFF is looking a little bit shaky. Definitely not as rock solid, but they're also not playing with as strong of early game champs as they have in the last couple, so they're going to have to rely a little bit more on playing out these longer games.
Happening at the top side. IQ of a coconut jumping in, but TP from Azure X-Fire on the way. And as long as those cleavers keep landing, they can keep chasing, but it is a very slow TP. Azure X-Fire gonna be there now, just needs a couple more hits and will be able to get the kill with the Radiant Volley. And that's gonna be the Feats of Warfare going the way of Imperial Gaming.
Yeah, that's really solid here for IG. Definitely a big swap up from game 1. They definitely have found their stride in these last 2 games. Much better than they have before. The drag is up with no real good pressure for either of these teams. The prio is going the way of TFF, but it's also because Destro and Reyna were able to actually get a recall back through already. So they should have prio here going forward, but with Volibear not really pathing there directly, they are affording a bit of a timer here for TFF to be able to get back towards this Drake in time.
Yeah, and right now, just taking a quick look over at the CS numbers as well. This is probably the closest we've had, because every single game there's been one side that's really taken the lead. And it could be IQ of a coconut right now, just really zoning away Indigo, and actually could get the kill here. One more auto needed, and that's just going to be underneath the tower just through sheer poke damage. IQ of a coconut going to really be able to take the lead over in the top side.
Yeah, Indigo not respecting the damage from just Gnar autoing. That is a very powerful thing. Able to just take that kill over, and that's going to be some gold you don't really want to give back over. Nice route here from Ozric's Fire is going to get a decent trade here, but Azir able to get the long trade since Mel pretty ability based. You need to kind of just poke and leave. Coach Silent K now.
Now
It's a good opportunity.
Could be breaking forward. Coach Silent K will force out the flash from Reyna, but Cyclone isn't available yet. Level 6 isn't there, but they do have the positioning, and Paradigm Shift has been hitting onto this Cloud Drake this entire time, and I'm Dayshaw and Reyna they're struggling to get into this. This is just going to be a 50-50 most likely. A Sky Split is going to be there, and Paradigm Shift will be able to get the last hit. Boomerang Blade dealing so much damage, and Coach Silent K getting flashed upon, but able to jump with the Warrior Trickster, and instead Lucky will get the kill. But in the meanwhile, Blocky Panda also going down in the mid lane.
Yeah, just fighting all along. And if you look at Ozrex Fire's HP bar, that's under 10 for sure. So an extremely close fight that we ended up missing just as the action went through. I'm surprised Paradigm Shift went back in. Just take the dragon and leave. I feel like that just has to be the play there, but try and extend your advantage more is going to give over a bit of gold over to TFF and afford them a bit of an opportunity to come back in this one.
Yeah, now they are right back into this game, man. It's still only a 400 gold lead in the favor of Imperial Gaming, but all the kills are on Azure X Fire. But now all the kills are on the side of IQ of a Coconut and looking for more. But this time around, Mundo will be able to just run away with that maximum dosage, but really getting bullied up in the top lane. I'm actually surprised the CS lead isn't bigger for IQ of a Coconut.
Yeah, I think just been prioritizing poking out a lot more than just securing every CS. This definitely does happen in matchups like these where you're doing very well.
It's going to be going in. That will be that big ultimate coming through, but with Meganar getting removed, not going to be quite as big a threat. But Indigo, again, forced to flash away, but Azure X Fire is going to be there. So IQ of a Coconut will get traded back, and it's a 4 kills going over to Azure X Fire. This is a very, very strong and scary Mel. And even doing the polite thing of holding the way for the top laner. You will never see this, but because of that, Coach Line K coming in with a Cyclone and is going to be taking a lot of damage back, but that will be the shutdown. But now Paradigm Shift is on the way as well. Coach Line K has no more cooldowns, will be stunned up. Indigo's here as well for the slows, and that will be a kill going over to the Mundo. But for everyone there in your solo queue games, never hold the wave for your allies. We do results-based analysis here.
Yeah, true. Do not do that. Look at Azir, just got a turret plate and gets to crash in 2 waves pretty much for free. Never support your top laner, especially not him. That definitely not.
Yeah, exactly. But with that, they are going to be able to just walk down and take those grubs. So IG, they're still getting some stuff off the play. And Azure X Fire already with a completed item at 9 minutes. That Blackfire Torch really going to help out a lot with that burst damage. Blocky Panda already kind of struggles in that matchup just because of the range on the gold advantage. And this just going to make things even harder in that mid lane.
Yeah, just you know, catching up a little bit after the kind of dominance that Mel's been showing throughout this early game. So definitely a little bit concerning in that way, but at least across the map it's not been too bad. We're seeing a pretty interesting purchase here for the MF, just immediately on the Grievous Wounds, does not want to deal with that Sona healing at all. And then obviously with the Mundo later on in the game, definitely going to need it anyways. So just picking up super early, not really caring too much about the actual lane strength of this champion. So pretty interesting look there from Lucky. Just playing more of a supportive role, as I think Azir and Gnar are going to be doing a vast majority of the damage just because of how these team fights will play out.
Yeah, and I think it does have double value over in that bot lane. First of all, the Sona is going to be able to heal a lot from Reyna, but the Spell Shield as well, it does have a heal now. It doesn't give mana anymore like it used to. And you will be able to kind of get more of a chance of bursting them down with that. And now that the level 6s are available, this MF Leona combo, this is where they get really scary. And we're even seeing Coach Silent K coming in from behind there. And they will have the Cyclone, they will have the Solar Flare. So many tools, but they need to find the angle to get that play. And it doesn't seem like Reyna and I'm Dexter will give away that angle. So just a little bit of time spent for Coach Silent K, but all the camps are down anyway.
Yeah, doesn't want to take away too much experience here from Lucky or Poodle here. So just a quick recall here, quick look, nothing too crazy. Gnar is walking down towards mid, but just going to be clearing up that control ward on the pit. And with Drake spawning in 45 seconds, Wukong is going to clear that last camp on the top side and probably go straight down towards it in just a little bit. And as we go into it, obviously the most apparent thing is that Volibear has that Cosmic Drive completed compared to where Wukong's sitting for that Trinity Force. Not even, well, actually pretty close, but it's not going to be there in time. So that could be a really big advantage that IG can leverage going into this next strike, which would give them their second.
Yeah, and they do have the early positioning as well. Coach Silent K going to be resetting now. Will finish that Triforce. I needed that one final Krug camp on the opposite side of the map in order to get it. And it looks like they are prioritizing that item timing instead of the positioning. But now a TP actually going to be coming through from IQ of a Coconut. So neither one of these two top laners going to be able to join, at least not in that way. But Imperial Gaming, they're going to get started on this dragon. Coach Silent K is going to get spotted out. And look at that damage. Crescendo going to get burned as well. And almost enough for the full burst. And Azure X5 with the flash, gonna be able to get it with the Radiant Volley. And now they're jumping onto Poodle instead. They're looking for the play. The Stormbreaker gonna come out. And Poodle just trying to run away. Should be tanky enough. Bullet Time gonna come out over top, but not enough damage to get any kills for it. And Azure X5 is still playing from behind. Is on a ward though. Zenith Blade not gonna be able to reach. So they will be safe. And that is going to be the dragon going down. So Imperial Gaming, they still get what they came for, and they're gonna start stacking those drakes, and it's gonna be a Hextech soul this game.
Yeah, not able to extend the advantage that much since Gnar did end up pushing in one wave, same for the Azir. So there will be at least some gold neutralization there, but getting that second Drake on the on your plate is definitely great. It will be a Hextech soul coming up, so that's a great map mobility. Indigo taking a lot, but should be able to survive. One last auto could have been pretty scary there if he did actually have the Sheen proc as well, but able to survive out that one. I'm surprised to see Gnar not go for the execs a little bit early, but I anticipate it to come quite soon after watching that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of Imperial Gaming, except for the Mel, will be able to self-heal to some extent. And granted, the spell shield doesn't do too much for the Saber, but I do expect that eventually we'll pick up the Bloodthirst or some other kind of lifesteal item. So we'll still have that self-heal coming in from there. And now Coach and K grouping up in the top side as well. And that makes sense. That is where they currently have the priority. And first turret is already going to go down. And now Coach and K looking towards Indigo, looking to burn the Cyclone. But the knockup isn't going to come through yet. Indigo still has that spell shield. So the first turret still definitely going the way of Indigo Gaming, but not getting too much else after that.
Yeah, but Ozark's fires on the angle here. Coach Silent K does have flash to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, could look for the play. Finds the Radiant Volley. Lands the solar snare, sorry, this time around. And that will be the kill into Coach Silent K. And they could even look to maybe take this turret, but it looks like they don't care about that. They're just going to go back mid lane. But Blocky Panda also just getting free time, getting last hits and just getting that turret down.
Yeah, it's surprising to see Ozark kind of sacrifice so much considering the playstyle that I've
may have
seen
overstayed.
So
The
far.
solar snare is going to land. And they will try to stop everything, but it just doesn't matter. Blocky Panda has nowhere to go. Will flash away, but the Stormbringer is there. And one more hit from the Mel is going to secure that kill. Did also burn the Golden Eclipse, but I don't even think it was necessary for that.
Yeah, the MF now rotating towards mid lane, so that means that there will be some time here for Destro and Sona to actually be able to pick it up. They wanted to rotate up for the grubs, but with Blocky Panda taking an early death before this play, could be pretty scary. Ozzer kind of low on HP though, and no flash means if they don't get the jump on whoever is going to walk in for these grubs, it could be actually pretty scary, as now they're going to walk back towards mid. They're looking to cut off the forces of Lucky and Poodle.
And they're going to get the stun, but Poodle just gonna use the solar flare into the solar snare. And now Poodle just still tanking up in the front. Bullet time over top will get reflected pretty substantially, but Indigo trying to run away, has almost no HP. And Coach Silent K looking for Azure, but the Crescendo is going to be there, and they're going to be able to survive the play. But I believe that was minions or red buff will take down Azure X Fire, but that's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Imperial Gaming, and they should be able to secure themselves this Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here for IG. They find yet another win in the mid lane here. I'm surprised to see MF not just instantly pop that ultimate. Yes, the Mel can reflect it, but that's still so much extra pressure that they're going to have to respect. So maybe you could have kept Poodle alive just a little bit despite the reflecting there, but, you know, still not going to pop it in time. And it's going to mean that IG is going to take away this Rift Herald as well. So they're just getting good pressure along the map, and they're the team that doesn't have as much of a timer compared to TFF. You know, your bot lane is just much stronger with that Sona Sivir. And the Mundo obviously scales to infinity with the Heartsteel once that is acquired as well. So I'd feel a little bit scared here if I am TFF, because it could get to the point where even Azir scaling is not going to matter as much compared to this Mundo plus Volibear combo.
That's going to get really scary. Gnar is winning lane for now, but even now it's just going to become super difficult. Indigo is super tanky, heals so much health just passively. we see the DPS that's coming through, and it is substantial, but not going to matter quite as much. And now Gnar going to throw him into the wall, and now they're going to be hitting back and forth, the two Brawl Fists, but Reyna is going to be here first and just going to help out Indigo. And it looks like the big winning top lane that they had on the side of TFF is just no longer there since this Mundo has managed to scale.
Yeah, you really need to be getting that heal cut here for the Gnar, so I'm curious to see why he's trying to prioritize Black Cleaver so much, considering Mundo doesn't buy resistances. He is just purely an HP stat stick, so prioritizing it so much is just kind of surprising to me build-wise, but they are looking for an engagement.
Cyclone into the back line, and Solar Flare as well. Bullet time, gonna get reflected, but still standing strong. Now Stormburger into the back line, and Paradigm Chef gonna be the first to go down. So it is a 1-for-1, but it is a shutdown going the way of TFF. And it looks like that will be the end of the fight, but both teams losing their smites as the Dragon's up. And now they're going to be able to pull back I'm Daystro, and Daystro will be able to go down. But Blocky Panda next on the chopping block, and they're still looking lucky, looking for Azurix Fire. And now the Solar Snare will land, and now they're still trading evenly. It's 2 against 2 left, but Indigo is healing to infinity. And now Poodle gonna be the next target. Those cleavers still not landing, but there's no longer a tier 1. They can continue tracing one more auto, and Poodle will go down. IQ of a Coconut still trying to kite backwards, and now Coach Silent K is back. Will jump in, and Reyna will get taken down. And you know it's a long fight when someone can go down and still get the last kill.
Yeah, Coach Silent K able to come back in time to be able to rejoin the fight and actually secure the kill onto Reyna as well. So ends up being 4-for-4, I believe. So just going full even there for the side of TFF and IG. But Drag is up, and the pressure is going the way of IG so far. They have some good vision line here to establish. Coach Silent K does have Smite to maybe potentially steal away, and they do have vision on the pit itself, but it may be just too scary to walk through this
Solar Snare is going to land on Azurix Fire, taking so much damage on the back line. We'll have the Reflect for a bit, and they will secure the Hextech Drake, but they will lose Azurix Fire in the back line. Now the rest of the fight is still going on over in this top side, and now the Gnar able to knock them all into the wall. Crescendo buying a little bit of time, but I'm Daystro just not able to get the damage off. The boomerangs are bouncing around, but it's a 3-for-0 in favor of TFF. But there's no objectives for them to take, so it's still going to be the third Drake and the sole point for Imperial Gaming.
Yeah, Reyna going down right before that fight is definitely one of the biggest factors there, and how it didn't go exactly their way. They couldn't. I always talk about how Dragon is all about establishing pressure in that banana brush, but since you don't have your vision control character with that support still being up, it meant that, you know, a lot of extra space that TFF should have needed to contest for, they didn't need to, and just like that, kind of giving a little bit of a window here for TFF as they find themselves with a gold lead for the first time in the entire game.
Yeah, but the gold lead only 200 gold, but let's take a look at how this fight happened. Coach Silent K just immediately going in with a Cyclone, and just the combo coming in from TFF.
Yeah, able to flash away from a lot of it, and since the rebound didn't really do too much as far as reflecting a lot of the damage, it wasn't too bad. I think IQ of a Coconut doesn't respect his own damage enough when he is in mini, so playing it pretty passively here. Gonna miss out on the ults onto Destro, so has to commit a bit more resources just to take it down. Azurix Fire taking a lot of damage here from Lucky, but it is MF, so it's a little bit more difficult to secure the kill. Takes a very long time here, and Indigo is able to try and chase out onto IQ of a Coconut. There's a very long, drawn-out fight trying to chase it out, but IQ of a Coconut does chunk out Indigo pretty hard. 2 more passive stacks that would have just taken down that Mundo immediately, but Reyna just walking way too far forward, ends up getting taken down with the help of the Smite from Coach Silent K. But we're going the long haul here into that Drake fight as well. So you can see they clear out some of the vision here on the deep side, but they have just great information. But in the bottom right, I think we should switch over. We got some action at Otacon.
The Otacon fight is about to come through. It's already down to 5k HP. The TPs are coming through, and this is going to be a 10v10. Solar Flare is going to be there, and Daystro able to get a Crescendo. Lands onto 2. Stormbringer over top, and now the bullet time a little bit out of range. Indigo able to tank it up. So it's going to be a kill and the Otacon, but now Emperor's Divide lands on to 3, and a Blocky Panda will trade their life for that positioning, but it is just another 1-for-1 trade. Azurix Fire still kiting backwards, still getting a lot of damage, and now they can go aggressive. They have the heal cut, they're able to land the stun, and now Poodle going to be next to follow. IQ of a Coconut trying to play in the backline, but you went in as Mini Gnar. There's nowhere to go, and it's a 4-for-1 and the Otacon. Imperial Gaming winning out hard.
Yeah, it looked so good for TFF, but the combo just wasn't there. They couldn't actually find the wombo into either of these members. And I think if I looked correctly, there was a bit of an interaction there where Gnar ulted at the same time as Vizier and actually pushed away some of the members that could have actually gotten scooped up. So pretty difficult there of a look here, and that's going to give IG a good opportunity in this one to translate this into a pretty good advantage. They do take the tier 2 on the top side, so getting a little bit more gold as we get a replay on how exactly that went down. So obviously the resistances are pretty shredded here, so you'd expect it to go down, but Indigo is going to barely live on a sliver, which really does change the fight pretty hard here. Same for that volley bear as well. You'd expect this to go well, but Lucky's just not there in time to actually be able to ult on top, and Indigo just barely surviving with the support of the redemption there on top as well. And then dodging away from that Q. Definitely a big factor here. And Blocky Panda goes for the big play here. Mundo does not get knocked out. It was kind of a weird angle. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't end up going towards where Lucky was at. And then after that, the long fight just goes the way of the Sona team, of course. And they're able to chase out just a little bit there as Paradigm Shift with the extra healing. Definitely
now we're
able
going
to survive.
back to live. There is fighting immediately. Cyclone gonna get burned by Coach Silent K, and now they're trying to burst down Paradigm Shift. Stormbringer does come out, but it's not enough, and now Indigo alone versus 5. I'm Daystro is here to help, but just gonna be watching on as the doctor gets sent packing back home. And it's a quick 2-for-0 pickoff for TFF. Oh, Crescendo gets popped as well. Lucky's still gonna be chasing. Does have a lot of move speed with a strut, but that Song of Celerity just gonna really bring that move speed. But now they're in a really solid position to take this next dragon.
And deny the soul, which is most important here. So they're able to extend the game just a little bit longer since they need, I think they still need a bit of time. Azir still sitting without the Leandries completed. Definitely gonna need to see that come through. Rylai is in the pocket of Azir is a pretty interesting call out here, but I guess you want to really lock down the members you do have access to, so it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, I think a Leandries would have been a lot more value since, you know, you are the one that's going to be killing the tanks besides the Gnar.
Another team fight is starting. Azurix Fire going to be flashing away. Has a Rebutal up, so it's pretty safe. But now the backline of the Sky Splitter does land. Emperor's Divide will split up the fight, but now I'm Daystro going to be the one under fire. Bullet Time buying a lot of space, splitting up the fight, but it's still 1-for-0 so far for Imperial Gaming. And they're going to be able to push them off the dragon, at least for now. The Wukong, the Smite, is still available. But now, again, Azurix Fire with that poke damage, and just able to buy so much space. And with that, that should be the Soul going the way of Imperial Gaming. And Hextech Soul on this team composition is so scary.
Yeah, Mel being one of those very easy to chunk mid laner, since the range is actually pretty significant here. You see it there in action. Poodle now getting
Indigo
caught out.
Gonna run it down, looking for the kill, and will just be able to get it. Indigo was considering walking forward, but even with the turret hitting on, just really not scared. Mundo goes wherever he pleases and just gets them another kill.
Yeah, it's looking really good here for IG. They're using this Death Ball comp extremely effectively. This is pretty much everything you want in Death Ball. Double tank, with some good engage from long range, as well as the enchanter support. So they're just leveraging that fact that they are just straight up better in team fighting, and TFF is kind of handshaking it at this point.
Yeah, and Imperial Gaming, they're going to walk it right back. Baron is available. They're going to make sure to get this grab first as well, make sure they get their vision, and it does clear away the pit for them. So they know that there's no vision inside of TFF, but curious positioning as Azurix Fire going to be the one trying to buy some space. Doesn't have flash, could definitely get picked off here, but it doesn't seem like it matters too much. Reyna's going to be there. Now Gnar hits them into the wall. Lucky is in the air as well. Cyclone over top. Crescendo hits on a 1, and Azurix Fire is gone. That's their main DPS. And now Emperor Divide going to get some more space. Coach Silent K gonna get finished off here, but it's still 2 versus 4, and now Bullet Time comes out, and it's just Reyna and Indigo trying to do what they can, but even this Mundo is getting absolutely chunked out. But at the same time, I don't think TFF can take Baron themselves. They are quite low. They don't have the smite. And Indigo with the burst damage. The melee assassin coming out with this Mundo. And now they could look for more, but now Blocky Panda and Lucky, they're looking for Reyna. And Poodle goes in. They will be able to find it. Indigo does get taken down. It's an ace for TFF as they do get started. Never mind, they do not get started on the Baron, as they do manage to shove their waves in.
Yeah, they find a big opener there on Azurix Fire with the Mega Gnar from IQ of a Coconut, and that eventually translates to them winning the fight, but it took a lot of effort there as Indigo was barely able to squeak away from that final tick of the Gnar passive there. And IG with a little bit of a stumble here as they find their footing. Azurix Fire just not respecting that Gnar is right at Mega, gets flipped in, doesn't have a good way to get out, and immediately gets cycloned on top of. And there's just no way to recover from that. Good peel here from Poodle to take the Volley Bear down for the most part. And then Blocky Panda just able to leverage the fact that he created quite a big division here with that Shurima Shuffle just to be able to get that going. Does utilize that shield. But if this Q lands here, I believe they could just go Baron immediately. But instead, Indigo able to squeak away, and it becomes a very different scenario in just a second as Indigo is about to pop IQ of a coconut. Like, I mean, the damage is disgusting, no?
Yeah, I mean, those hard steel procs are so strong.
Yeah, they're able to now establish a bit of a footing onto this Baron since they have the mid lane pressure. They aren't going to spot out that ward in that bush, so they're going to have some pretty good intel about where IG is walking, which should give them a nice in into this play. IQ of a coconut taking a bit of bullying on this bot side, but Azurix Fire will TP promptly, and getting Mega out means they could just start it, and then, you know, they won't have to deal with Mega Gnar TPing in, so it's actually not too bad here for TFF, or for IG.
Yeah, it looks like they are just trying to buy that space, and now that it's Mini Gnar, so much of the threat is gone. And while TFF do have control of the mid lane, IG, they have full control of the Baron pit, but they're just going to back up on the map. We see them just going to shove out their lanes instead. So the game will slow down a little bit, and at the same time, it's important to note, it's only 2 minutes away from that Elder buff. And if Imperial Gaming are able to get that for themselves, this Mel has already been just a monster in team fights. It's only going to get even scarier. So TFF, they need to find something, and they need to find it.
Yeah, I will shout out that Coach Silent K is kind of in a weird position. Probably gonna look for an engage in just a second onto Destro. Does get spotted out, so now you're caught out.
K, you're gonna be able to just jump over the wall. Actually gonna flash over the wall. So that is gonna be a pretty major cooldown. And that flash cyclone is an incredibly important tool in these team fights. Missing that is gonna mean that Reyna and I'm Destro are gonna be so much safer alongside Azurix Fire. And with that, they're just going to be able to shove out this bottom turret. They're going to get that tier 2. A little bit more gold in their pockets, though at this point, gold doesn't matter quite as much as in the early game. But again, just winning on every facet for IG.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult since you don't have flash on Gnar or Wukong. So unless you're finding a flank, you're not going to be able to get onto that back lane extremely reliably. So they have to kind of wait out these cooldowns a bit. And it does give IG a lot of time to maybe walk towards this Baron after establishing this mid lane wave. They're going to be able to two-man it here with the Volley Bear and Sivir. So now the pressure is on for TFF to make something happen. But the Hextech Soul is just so impactful.
Yeah, those Radiant Volleys buying a lot of space as well. Now they're looking towards Coach Silent K, and will just get burst down. And now they can go on to Baron for real. There is no longer that smite. They no longer need to be too worried about that steal. And in fact, look at the rest of the composition for TFF. They just don't really have anyone that can steal away these objectives. So that will be Baron going the way of IG. And then immediately afterwards, the Elder is going to be spawning. Now, I don't think they'll have time to take that down as well before Coach Silent K spawns, but they can definitely build up the positioning for it.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see TFF not just snap, go towards that Elder to try and get your vision now. They just don't have that kind of agency to go and do that, and that's going to really give IG so much space that they honestly shouldn't have, considering they went and took that Baron. So, I mean, it's just a little bit unfortunate to be playing it out like that for TFF since they're just affording this free Elder Drake. They're going to need to get these 2 kills if they want to salvage
but
this
now they're
game.
looking towards Indigo, but it is a very difficult target. Crescendo not going to land. So they could start chasing on Indigo. Solar Flare will hit, and now with the heal cut, they will be able to take down Indigo. And that is exactly what they needed right before the Elder spawn. But they're still trying to take it down, just need a couple more hits, and they will secure it on IG. 4v5, do they still want to fight? Reyna could be in a bad spot, but both of them don't want that fight. Reyna knows they will go down if they try to contest Coach Silent K. Coach Silent K knows that if they gem on Reyna, the rest of IG will be there waiting.
Yeah, I gotta question that decision for TFF, but at least they get the Mundo out of it. So that's one of your big kind of damage threats even at this point that could really take down members very effectively. But Hextech Soul plus an Elder Drake is maybe the most disgusting combo in the game, since you're getting true damage from like 2 screens away sometimes. So you know, they got a pretty uphill battle here for TFF for at least the next 2 minutes.
Yes, and we're seeing a lot of the items are finally coming through for TFF, though. 3 completed items on Lucky, Blocky Panda, about to, close to 4 at this point. Coach Telly K and IQ have a coconut at 3 items as well. So now that's kind of where the core build finishes up for most of these players, for most of these characters. And once you have those core items, it becomes more about the position. Now, it does change because of Soul and Elder, but at the very least, their composition is able to play if they find the right angle.
Yeah, they're gonna need to find a big opener onto, once again, you know, Reyna or Izorix Fire. That's kind of been their targets throughout this one. Lucky, oh my god, taking so much damage just from the bouncing boomerangs. Can't really do too much about that. Blocky Panda able to clear out a bunch of this wave, so able to effectively protect this tower. They still got about a minute and a half, it looks like, on this Elder, so, or maybe just a minute. Now I'm looking at it again, so it is definitely ticking down, but they may have to lose this inhibitor just to be able to stay alive.
I mean, we can see how those bouncing boomerangs, just applying the Elder debuff to every single player. The Ricochet is just really dealing a lot of damage there. And with that, they're going to be able to take that mid inhib. They're going to be able to take this top inhib as well. And they could look for more. They still have the buff, but it looks like they are a little bit hesitant to over-gauge here. They are still willing to get that poke damage out. And it looks like they want to start playing towards that bot side, but they don't have the way for it. So Imperial Gaming, they're just going to take that 2 inhibitor lead, and they're going to back away home.
Yeah, they have about 20 seconds left, so it's just not worth sticking around. You don't want to get caught out like you did in Game 2 and really give a big opportunity for TFF to come back into this one. But, you know, they've established themselves with a great lead here, and I think they should be able to close it out pretty easily with the help of that double front line, plus the Mel poke as well. So it's looking like we're coming down to the end of the line here.
Yeah, definitely been a very long series so far. Every single game really getting up there. And we're about to hit 34 minutes. Some of these players are starting to get pretty close to their full build. Azurix Fire definitely going to be the first among them. Still holding on to that Doran's Ring, though, that max value item that you can get. And now the push is really going to come through. They're going to send 4 to the bot lane. Indigo going to be pushing through mid lane. And I think that makes a lot of sense because you cannot move the Mundo away.
Yeah, this has to be the last stand here for TFF. They need to find a big engage here. The Mega Gnar bar is not even close to being charged up, so it's just so difficult to find a big opener here, and they might just have to give up 3 inhibs.
Sky Splitter does buy a little bit of space, and Paradigm Shift still playing forward, just trying to zone away this Wukong. And with that, that's going to be the 3rd and final inhib going down. There's going to be those double supers coming out in every wave. And just look at that Ricochet just dealing so much damage to the backline. I'm Dacer just getting that accidental damage. Now, Solar Flare is going to get landed onto the backline. But right now, they're looking for Azurix Fire. They have the Emperor's Divide at the same time in the front line. And Coach Silent K just still trying to find the smell. But Azurix Fire is going to have more than enough damage. Now, in the meanwhile, on the other side, Indigo just dealing infinite amounts of damage. Lucky trying to take down Azurix Fire, but with the Rebutal, will be able to survive. And that'll be it. Imperial Gaming, they get the reverse sweep, and they win their match for week number 1.
You know, a slow start here for Imperial, but they looked good in the last 2 games at the very least. Yes, it's still a little shaky. Yes, they could drop down some of their, you know, leads a little bit. You could see it there. There were 2 tumbles throughout this game, but still they make sure to come out strong with a pretty reliable composition in this last one. And yeah, they just take the victory over Imperial Gaming, or over TFF for this one. So honestly, shout outs to them. I think adapting when you go so far behind in a game 1 like that is definitely more difficult. And you know, whatever they cooked in those 10 minutes definitely changed the complete, you know, it was a paradigm shift. How about that?
Yeah, and I mean, IG looks so different, and especially in that game number 2, that's a very difficult composition to pull off. They did it. Game number 3, we went kind of back to those similar compositions where both they had even chances, but IG, they just looked dominant. They got such a big lead for Azurix Fire over there in the mid lane, and then after that, then Mel was constantly able to zone everyone away. I mean, really nice that they were able to hold on to their mental after that stomp that was game number 1, and it paid off.
Yeah, and do not forget the real MVP of this series. It is obviously the inhibitor respawning in game 2 for IG. Definitely a necessary MVP shout out there because otherwise they definitely would have been toast in that moment. So, you know, TFF gonna have to take that one. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. But they showed some good stuff nonetheless. I think they just have to work on some of their consistency as far as looking for fights and maybe some map control issues since it seemed like IG kind of had the edge in that area in particular with more map control just in general. So definitely some adaptations to be made. There's still many more weeks to come since they have a lot of extra matches to be played through before they hit the playoffs mark. So not the end of the world here for TFF, but IG is going to be able to take this one to a nice early start.
Had an absolute pass, did incredibly well. But unfortunately for us, that will be the end of week number 1 of the Titan Divinity. And before we wrap it up, do you have any final thoughts, Golden God?
No, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the week. Obviously, we got Titan today, tomorrow, the day after, and there's going to be multiple streams on some of those days. I know tomorrow there will be 2 streams as far as I know. So definitely check that out and support Titan as they go through. Obviously, this was the Emerald 4 capped league, so platinum and below for the most part. But we go all the way up to Masters and Grandmasters, so definitely check out those days as well if you're interested. All that scheduling information is available on Twitter. I'm not calling it the other name, as well as on our Discord. So definitely check out Titan Esports across the board. And thank you for helping out here, Toki, when we did end up losing our original duo. So I appreciate you as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was really fun casting with you. And like Golden God said, Vanquisher League tomorrow. I'll be there. I'll be play-by-play. I'm not sure whether I'll be on the first or second. I'll find out tomorrow. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for watching the Titan Esports. We're back here every day. We're back here next week with the Divinity League. And we hope to see you all there. Good night.
Crazy, oh, crazy, 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 crazy. Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?